Y'all don't mind me.
Just Randy Orton's 20th anniversary. What's up, crew? Compete. Best version of Randy Orton. I don't know. The legend killer was
Viper. Yeah, legend. Well, legend killer was pretty good. Was that early? Was that early? Because he was killing legends then too, right?
Yeah, that was pretty early. Like he had Undertaker at 21, 22, WrestleMania 22.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was good. The match with Mick Foley was good.
I like the Viper. Viper's kind of crazy. Once he started hitting RKOs out of nowhere.
Yeah. Punt. Yep. CM Punk's first title reign ended because Randy Orton kicked him in the head.
That's crazy.
And they were just like, CM Punk can't fight anymore, so he loses the title.
The punt was crazy, bro. The punt
was crazy. I think he RKO'd
crazy.
I think he RKO'd Fabulous Moolah during the Legend Killer.
That's crazy. Didn't they not ban, but weren't they trying to stop the curb stomp for a minute?
They did. Yeah, I think they did. They did. For a while, he wasn't doing it. Yeah, he was. That's why he did the pedigree.
But it's back now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they call it the curb stomp. Or maybe they call it the stomp. I don't know what they call it if they don't call it that. But yeah, it's definitely back.
Was it just a bad look? Is that why they
thought it was too violent? They thought the name behind it was too violent.
I'm gonna tag you something, Damien, on Instagram. Let's see if I can. I think I got Jesse too, but either way,
I don't think Jesse don't have no IG love.
It's Mr. Tapia.
Man, IG is the happy place of social media.
It is. It really is.
Twitter. Every day I want to get rid of Twitter. Every single day.
Did you guys see that? It's a TikTok, but I saw it on Instagram of the lady who had basically been pregnant for the last 10 years.
Missed that one, dog.
And she's
missed that one.
She like works out now. Like she looks great for like having 9 kids, but
well, that's different. Happy Friday. Come on in, hang out. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. If you're on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live, you can jump in the chatty house, be a part of the conversation, create your conversation, be a part of one of the dopest communities in sports media over there on the Chatty House. Of course, if you're on the Odyssey app at 1320 a.m., we welcome you. We appreciate you for being with us. If you want to get in on the phone lines to any of these conversations, 916-349-1320, our normal loaded Friday show coming at you. Bobby Marks previewed the Kings offseason over on ESPN.com. He'll be with us coming up at 1:30. Trysta Krick, Kyle Madson, James Ham, all set to join us in the second half of the show.
Let's get this straight out the gate. Let's just get it out the gate. All right, we got Sacktown Tony, Draymond, KC. Draymond is here for your smoke. His playoff Draymond the GOAT, all this other stuff. Let's just be. I'm not fighting with you people all spring about Draymond Green. I'm not doing it. The Kyle Madsons, the Dub fans, the Dubs, oh, the Dubs. I'm not fighting with you guys all spring about Draymond Green. I'm not doing it. All right, he's a good player on a good team. Period. I'm fighting with you guys.
It literally took 1 minute. 1 minute And Kenny's the guy who gets distracted by, like, we'll get 10,000 positive tweets. Yo, the show is awesome. Oh, I love you guys. But the one that's off, Kenny will focus on. Literally no one is talking about Draymond Green except for Sacktown Tony. And the fact that Sacktown Tony roped you in at 1 minute into the show is astonishing. Quite honestly, sir, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, once again, we got different timelines. Been dealing with this stuff since Final Buzzer last night. And making it perfectly clear.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe at 9 o'clock when you say, hey, here's the rundown for today's show. Maybe you say, let's start with the Golden State Warriors. Let's start with Draymond Green because I got something to say. I had an epiphany about Draymond Green, but I said, yo, let's start with that Minnesota comeback. It was wild. Your timeline talking about Draymond Green. My timeline was talking about the Minnesota Timberwolves collapse.
No, that Minnesota thing was crazy. And I don't know what Stan Van Gundy talking about.
I never know what Stan Van Gundy is talking about.
I don't know what he's talking about, man. That Minnesota thing was crazy. Stan Van Gundy was on there talking about, we got to stop talking about blowing leads. The game is different nowadays. And with the 3-point shot, it's just blowing leads. No, Minnesota blew the lead. What you want me to say?
Man, it was a 21-0 run, Stan. What the hell do you call it?
What are you talking about?
They were up 26. What would you prefer we refer to it as? Man, that place
22 different times.
That place was rocking. It was loud. Carl Anthony Towns, we in Minnesota. Man, ooh. Okay, you want to talk about an epiphany?
Ooh.
You talk about Draymond Green, fam. Hey, I got nothing but love for him. He been through hell and back. Carl Anthony Towns is really unlikable. Like, wow. He goes to the podium afterwards, and it's someone, hey, you know, Cat, four shots. Next question. No, you shooting 4 times while your team is getting their ass kicked is a perfectly fair question to ask.
Absolutely.
Next question. No, answer this question. How did you only get 4 shots? How did you shrivel up in this moment? Yo, said it before, gonna say it again. The future of the Minnesota Timberwolves is not Carl Anthony Towns, it's Anthony Edwards.
Absolutely correct.
Carl Anthony Towns is going to make Carl Anthony Towns is going to make a very high level number 2 player on this team.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Edwards is the difference.
Absolutely.
And moving forward.
We've been here before with Carl Anthony Towns, and much like you, I ain't got no problem with Carl Anthony Towns. I know he's been through a lot. Seems like a great young man.
How do you not answer that question? How do you blow off a reporter like that?
Damian, we've been here before with Carl Anthony Towns. Remember in that Houston series, the one time he did get to the playoffs and he wasn't getting no shots? He wasn't shooting the ball? When them lights are on, Cat ain't that dude. He's not that dude. When the lights are on. Like you said, I've said it all year with, other situations. That doesn't mean you get rid of them. Right? I don't mean that. But no. Like you mentioned,
no.
Anthony Edwards is the guy in Minnesota. He's the future. He's the franchise. He's the cornerstone. And Anthony Edwards, for the first time in a while, at least since I've been watching, finally looked 20 years old last night.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what do I do? No, it's cool, Pat Bev. You go one-on-one. What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's Anthony Edwards for sure. That's the fault of a lot of other people too.
Well,
it's
the great, what's his name, Chris Finch. He was sitting there watching the game like the rest of us. Like,
he was sitting there watching the game like sideline Steve, courtside Chris, courtside Chris.
He's sitting there, got a good ticket for the show, just like everybody else.
That was one of the craziest stretches of basketball I've ever seen.
And you know what? I'm usually the type of guy, like I'm almost from like the Phil Jackson school, right? Where I'm not going to call a timeout just because it's a 6-0 run. Everybody, sometimes you got to work through it. Well, when it gets to 14-0, I think that's when I might have to call a timeout. When it gets to 18, 19, 20-0, Well, maybe we should talk about this. That was insane.
Hey, even if we don't talk about it, maybe we just stop this. Maybe we
can get in the huddle and say nothing.
Like we could get in the huddle and go, "Yo, that was crazy." Dudes, okay, all right, let's just stop this. Them dudes got 14, 15, 16 straight points on us. That's wild. Let's chill. We go back out there. We know how to play basketball. Like, come on, man. We scores. Let's go out there. Let's do what we do. We built up a 20-point lead a couple of times. Settle down, go out there, let's do work. Or you could do the old Steve Nash. Come on, guys, rebound. Rebound. Maybe you go, hey, guys, come on, defense. Defense. You don't have to say anything. Just stop that from happening. And they couldn't. Oh, man, that building legit felt like, what the hell is happening right now?
Hey, look, I was ready to say it. I was ready to proclaim it. It had a little bit of a movie vibe to start off. Sure. It really did. I think even more so than that playing game. And I thought Target Center or whatever it's called now was turned all the way up. And it was a vibe in there. There was a vibe in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it just turned into not a vibe. Turned into a different vibe.
It was a vibe. It was a different one.
A different vibe.
Yeah, it was a different one.
That was crazy. That was crazy to see. Crazy
honestly
in the NBA for the playoffs.
It was something. It was something. But that one was that's just one of those that happened. Like that legit happened. And now Memphis, this could all be fixed because Game 4 is at Minnesota too.
Mm-hmm.
This could easily just get all right. Blew it. What Karl Anthony Towns say? I do. Go home, drink some wine, on to the next one.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
Put it behind you. You got to respond.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns, he has to respond.
He does. I wouldn't hold my breath, but he does.
Well,
don't hold your breath.
He needs to find a way. He needs to find a way because even if he's the number 2 guy on this team, he need to be better than that.
Yeah. I need in those situations, this is asking a lot. From the young fella, but I want to see Anthony Edwards with more shot attempts. 6 of 13 from the field, 4 of 9 from 3. I need to see him, especially if Cat ain't gonna shoot the ball. But Anthony Edwards can't have the same amount of shot attempts as Pat Beverly.
Yeah.
Can't. Pat Bev was 5 of 13, 0 of 5 from beyond the arc. He with us. Okay, that's what's going on with Pat Bev every time it got kicked out to him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I need Anthony Edwards with probably 5 to 7 of those Pat Beverly shots.
On the other side, what's a bit the game as a whole, what's a bit wild about that whole thing? There was no like, Ja had this crazy stretch of, he scored 30 of the team's 33 point. Like there was no, it was the Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
It was the squad.
Yeah.
I mean, Ja didn't even particularly play great last night.
Nah, he was looking iffy, Chris Brown.
But it was
when it was winning time. He kept, you know what he did though, Damian? He didn't play well. He didn't shoot the ball well.
He didn't have great numbers. That's probably a better way of putting it.
He kept the pressure on Minnesota. He never faded to black. He never, I'm not shooting well, so I'm not going to stop attacking or anything like that. He kept attacking. He kept the pressure on. And I think that's something that Memphis continued to do as well, because their leader was out there still pressing, still getting after it. And they picked up on that. And Brandon Clark was phenomenal off the bench. He wouldn't miss anything. And once they saw a couple go down from Desmond Bane, I mean, it was what they say on Inside the NBA, hide the women and children. The house is on fire. That was ugly last night, though. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask everybody a question. I know the answer, I think, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
It's not even would you rather. I'm just, would you rather not make the playoffs or make the playoffs and have an all-time embarrassing moment like that?
Make the playoffs and have an all-time embarrassing
I
moment
agree.
like that.
But that is embarrassing.
Yeah, but it's a game in a series. Like it happens. Minnesota's not out of the series. If Minnesota folds in game 4, I'll be concerned about this team moving forward. They know what they have to do. Really?
I think everybody's looking at Minnesota like, no, not because of that. Just I was thinking this before that. Like, everybody, Minnesota's here. All right, they had a great season. And Anthony Edwards is that.
No, they had a great stretch. They didn't have a great season. They had a great second half.
Good season. They had a really good season. Didn't they finish like 10 games over 500?
No, they did. But remember, they were 5 games below 500 too. For what? It's got to be at least 30 games. They had a great 50 game stretch of the season. If you want to quantify that as a great season or a really good season, that's fine. We're playing semantics here. Yeah. But I think I get your overall point. Is we need to see it again.
Yeah, I'm not going to put them in pin.
Yeah, we need to know that you could do this moving forward
next year. Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. We'll talk more about this game. We got to talk about it's happening. There's a coaching change or coaching firing. I'm fascinated when reporters decide to use terms like parting ways or letting go. And then in other times they choose to use the term firing. Like I'm fascinated by that. But Charlotte, they are parting ways with James Borrego. And so like
dismissing too.
Dismissing. There's another one. It's worth bringing up for a variety of reasons. And we'll do that next here. We'll dive into the rest of the playoff series. We'll talk, obviously, Kenny's itching to talk about Draymond Green. We'll do that as well as D'Lo and KC. As D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm confused too, though. What did I miss last night with Draymond? I clearly missed something. I don't know what it was. I watched the whole game, so there must have been a mega cast or something that I missed.
Kyle Madson tweeted out something about Draymond is generational.
I saw that. That was dumb. I saw that.
Yeah. What's the same thing I always talk about, man? He can't just be a good ball player, man.
Draymond has done a phenomenal job on Nikola Jokic. Wouldn't throw it in that category last night, but overall, I think he's done a phenomenal job on Nikola Jokic.
He's done a really good job. I mean, he's played him about as well as anybody can play him. Jokic still gets his numbers because he's Jokic. But yeah, man, they just smoking out the window. Kyle compared him to Michael Jordan. He did.
Mutual parting of ways. That's always a good one. Man, the day that story broke. Yeah, the day that story broke, we were on it for. I mean, we'll get it today.
There's some things we got to talk about.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be the lead today, but I think if you go back to the day the story broke, I can't remember what day it was. Wednesday.
Yeah, it just 2 hours.
Just hit start. We just hit play. We got you. Yeah, it's 2 hours of that Debo stuff. Debo. Oh man, do I have a Bobby Marks? I gotta have one. Bobby's been on. See Dante. Got to Bobby. Come on. I don't have one. Oh, there's Bobby. Bang. All right, cool. Just for fun. Ow.
Look at that throwback.
Yeah, man. Oh, the original.
Oh, now that's fire. That is fire. might just post that today just because.
Black Bottles one. No, they in fact do not. Black Bottles wants to get caught up on everything he missed. He wants to get caught up on everything.
Jesse, there's basketball people, and then there's Warriors fans. They're two different things, and it's okay. I mean, I'm a fan of teams too. It's okay. No, Rondo's great. That actually is good. I like that. But that's why I ain't talking about that dude no more, man, because at least not to no Warrior fans. That's a waste of time. I got more. I might have a little more respect for Laker fans than Warrior fans. Okay, Lake Show.
On the Odyssey app, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook Live. We are everywhere. You ain't never there. We hope you'll peep us out. If you got to run in, if you got a meeting or whatever, just go in the Odyssey app, throw us in your earbuds, keep it moving. We got you. We got you covered. You don't want to miss this. Bobby Marks going to talk Kings basketball with us. ESPN's front office insider. He'll be with us coming up at 1:30. He wrote extensively about the Sacramento Kings, and woo, he had a line in there. And Bobby Marks, another disappointed Kings fan. He had expectations for this team, and they fell well short of Bobby's expectations. So he'll be here at 1:30. Trysta Krick, 2 o'clock. Kyle Madson right after that. James Ham right after that. So it's a normal, busy Friday here. Before we get into the Warriors, as we run through some of these different playoff games following the discussion of the collapse in Minnesota, the Charlotte Hornets have moved on from coach James Borrego. Now, I point this out, because this is we talked about this at the beginning of the offseason. We knew Frank Vogel was gone. Okay, Alvin's out. Mm-hmm. James has even said repeatedly, "Oh, it's the Kings and the Lakers. It's the Kings and the Lakers." We'll point out, it's the Kings and the Lakers for now. And we saw this last year. Like, Stan Van Gundy wasn't let go on the first day of the offseason last year. Mm-hmm. We had the situation where Brad Stevens took a front office job in Boston. We had the situation with was it Bjornsson, the dude in Indiana? We saw like changes later, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, there's no job openings to like, oh yeah, there's like 6. And so while it's fine to have this long, exhaustive, extensive coaching search, it's cool. Now you've got another team in the mix. Now you've got another young team in the mix. Now you've got another young team with a bona fide superstar in the making, in the mix. Mm. And they would go, oh, well, you play this out. You get Quinn Snyder. You're absolutely right. Kings fans want to hire Quinn Snyder. I love it. We'll talk about that disaster in a couple minutes. But that creates an opening in Utah. So now all of a sudden it's the Lakers, it's Utah, it's Sacramento, and it's the Charlotte Hornets. Mm. Well, where did the Kings rank on that list? And I think, by the way,
would be wherever, however many openings there are, the Kings will be last on the list.
I was going to ask about that, but that's it's fair to say you have the prestige of the Lakers. The Lakers are a hot mess. You have no idea what LeBron's future is. You're in cap hell. You don't know what Russell Westbrook is going to do. You don't know what your front office is going to do with Russell Westbrook. And remember, everything is all Russell Westbrook's fault. You take that job, you fall to your hands and knees, you throw some holy water on your head, and you pray to God Anthony Davis can stay healthy. That's a whole lot going into that job. Oh, by the way, the Lakers, they're probably going to offer you a 2 to 3 year contract versus the other teams who are probably going to offer you 4 to 5. I get it's the Lakers. At this exact moment, that job is not appealing. What's different?
I wouldn't say it's not appealing, but it has holes.
It's not appealing. There's no way.
No.
It's not.
I mean, the
appealing.
reason why it's appealing is because traditionally that team always stumbles into something, or they're willing to make whatever moves to get you top end.
They
talent.
didn't last year.
Well, they still had top end talent. Like last year, I don't think the Lakers would be making the finals or anything. I don't think they're any kind of championship contender. But they're in the playoffs if Anthony Davis doesn't miss 50-something games. Like you're in the tournament. That was more than, like you said, it ain't all Russell Westbrook. It ain't all the fact that Carmelo was there or THT. Like the biggest factor to them not being in the postseason was the fact that Anthony Davis didn't play. Would they have been a 7 seed? Would they have been in the play-in? I don't know about it. Maybe so, but they wouldn't have been 11th if AD played all year long.
And so you're confident AD is going to play all year next year?
I'm not confident.
But that's something, if you're a head coach, you have to factor in. And look, I'm not saying like Los Angeles is more appealing. I'm saying there's warts all over the place. You have no idea what Utah is going to look like. You take that job, you have no idea what they're going to look like.
That's what I'm about to say. I'm asking you. You are I won't use that example. First thing that came to mind, I was about to be like, you are Mark Jackson. And you've got I'm not going to put that on you. I'm not going to put that on you. Just say you're Damian Barley, now leaving D'Lo and KC to jump in the world of coaching. And you're the hottest coach out there. And we'll just go with what we have right now. Utah, Charlotte, Lakers. Or excuse me, Utah's not there yet. We'll put Utah in there though.
Okay.
Charlotte, Utah, Sacramento, the Lakers. You can pick any of them. Where are you going? Is Charlotte number one?
Man, Charlotte improved under Borrego. You also have, I don't know. I don't know who makes the calls over there. I don't know if it's the general manager. Is it Mitch Kupchak? Is Mitch Kupchak still the general manager over there?
I think so.
Either him or Mike got an itchy trigger finger. Like they be letting coaches. Steve, like
Steve Clifford wasn't even doing a bad job, and they moved on from him.
This team improved by 10 games.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like the Lakers job has the most glory. Like the man, I don't know, dude. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
The Lakers job right now.
It's a thankless job because Frank Vogel won a title. You don't think Frank Vogel? We're gonna call Frank Vogel a championship coach?
He was gone in 2 years. That's
gone,
crazy, right?
Gone.
It's crazy. And they were gonna have him out of there in a year and a half if he wouldn't have won that one game in January. Right?
Jesus,
that was his job.
Ridiculous.
So
yeah, I honest to God don't know.
The pressures of a Lakers job is like no other in the league, and definitely higher than those four. But you have LeBron, at least for next year.
Is that a positive though?
I mean, where's LeBron gonna, like realistically, where is he gonna go?
Well, I don't know where he's gonna go, but even if he doesn't go anywhere, like coaching LeBron that's tough.
Yeah.
Vogel, Luke, shoot, David Blatt was a winner.
I understand, but what's tougher, coaching LeBron or coaching the Kings?
Well, so
traditionally, at least.
So the difference would be if you're coaching the Kings and you win, you did something. If you're coaching the Kings and you lose, you're just the latest in a long line of coaches that suck. If you're coaching the Lakers, it's because of LeBron and you win. If you're coaching the Lakers and you lose, well, it's your fault. You carry the most burden with that Los Angeles Lakers job and coaching a LeBron James-led team.
Yeah, I understand it. I just think
Mike Brown won 63 games. His last year in Cleveland, 60 plus games. And they fired him when LeBron was a freaking free agent because they thought that would keep him around. Man.
Oh, well, look at Sacramento. Luke Walton won 33 games and they fired him.
Sir. I mean, if you're gonna do that, at least use Dave Yeager as the reference point. Goodness gracious.
Nah, I think Charlotte is probably the best job right now.
David Lopez says Lakers will always be the best. I
I
may be,
that
but
because you're always
that's tough.
like you're always gonna have an opportunity to restock. Always. You know what I mean? They're gonna spend the money. They get the free. You can do it through free agency, trade, and the draft, and you're always gonna have an opportunity to restock. In this particular
ain't
case,
doing it through the draft,
Charlotte, player. Well, yeah, they're not doing right now. They're not doing it through the draft. But look, think about it like this though. Think about those other three teams. If they were in the draft situation as the Lakers, you're done. Lakers aren't done. They don't get a trade. They don't get a free agent. Like you just have more opportunities and more options to improve that roster. I think Charlotte is the number one team. I see a lot of people putting Utah out there. Utah's about to be.
Charlotte's better than Utah. I think that the job is better.
Utah's about to be ugly.
If this goes on the way that it's trajecting, I think this Utah job is that's tough, and there's going to be some changes, and you're probably going to coach. I would think you're going to coach Donovan Mitchell. I don't know who else you're going to coach. Maybe Jordan Clarkson, and I don't think you're coaching Rudy Gobert. I think there's some elements of this team that are probably gone.
But I also feel like if there's how I would take that Utah job or consider it. Yeah, I'm coaching Donovan Mitchell, but that's temporary. Like, he's not staying here. He may be here next year. I think he's got 2 years left. He may be there the year after. Maybe. Like, that's a stretch. Like, I think there's a real possibility he's moved this offseason, but he may be there next year. He's not staying.
I mean, he would
2 years left.
Oh, is it 2? Okay, because isn't he on the same contract De'Aaron is? Didn't De'Aaron have? Because De'Aaron I think he signed his as the rookie eligible, and so I think that would make him like if it was this offseason, I think it's 4 years.
I was gonna say, you're right. Yeah,
I was gonna say he's in the Ben Simmons category where like you're acquiring him for a very long time.
Yeah, but I think he also you're right about the years, but he would do a Ben Simmons. Like I'm not playing here. Like I'm done. I'm ready to move on. I can't imagine him being there for more than 2 more years, especially considering they're moving on from a lot of these pieces, and there's no guarantee that they're going to get better pieces to replace that. So if I'm a head coach, I at least have to just have a realistic outlook. Like if I take this job, I'm taking it knowing I might lose Donovan Mitchell in the next year or 2. Is that still a good enough job? Whereas Charlotte,
if you're signing a 4-year deal, I think Utah's below Sacramento.
I think so too.
If you're signing a 4-year deal, and if you want to say it's Charlotte, LA, Sacramento, Utah, or you want to say it's LA, Charlotte, like that's fine. I think, but like over the course of the next 4 years, I think Utah should. We're talking like Quinn Snyder's not coaching in a playoff game, just a playoff series. Should that job become available?
Here's another one. Just watching the game with us last night.
Well, in Quinn Snyder's defense, I don't know that he knew what to do. At least with Chris,
the boys ain't playing defense. They're not playing defense on the perimeter. Ain't nothing you can do.
I gotta imagine he told him that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Like if he becomes I don't know. We had sideline Steve, courtside Chris. If he's just kicking it Quinn, I don't know what he is, but if he can't do like with Chris Finch. Yeah, with Chris Finch, you stop bleeding. Just stop the game. That's it. Just stop the game. I ain't saying nothing to you in this damn huddle. We're just stopping the game, and y'all need to think about what's happening. I'm confident Quinn Snyder said, hey, y'all want to guard somebody? This kid is beating us again. That ain't Luka Doncic out there. Y'all got, and we're big fans. I think both of us are big fans of Jalen Brunson.
Yep,
Jalen Brunson's dropping 70+ points in the last 2 games on you.
Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Who was more embarrassing to you last night, the Timberwolves or the Jazz?
The Timberwolves. That was pretty bad. The Timberwolves is bad. I get your point, and it's very valid. They blew a 20-point lead. They blew a 26-point lead. Now, that was bad. That was at home. At home. In a movie. Yeah, like you had an environment
turned into a horror movie.
And it did. Saw 7 right there at the Target Center. Man,
they if I had to rank them, and all due respect to Quinn Snyder, we know your job is you're still coach, but we're just doing this for radio show purposes. I'd say Charlotte, Lakers, Kings, and Jazz.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know how the Lakers. I will be fascinated. Not that we ever find out the questions a potential coach would ask the Los Angeles Lakers, right? Like what's the plan here? Y'all ain't got no draft picks. This team's average age is like 36. What's the plan here? Like, it's cute to say we've got 5 Hall of Famers on the team. Yeah, that's awesome. We saw what that did last year. I don't even think it was 5. I think it's like 6. It ain't. They're closer to their Hall of Fame inductions than they are their Hall of Fame careers at this point, with the exception of LeBron James. What's the plan here? Charlotte, you see it. I mean, Charlotte losing the play-in game the way that they did, sure, that's like, man, didn't see that coming. But that team, again, improved by 10 games this year.
The plan for the Lakers, and this is why you can make the argument it's number 1, because they realistically can look at Damian Barling coming in for an interview, and he's asking, this looks like a mess. What's the plan? And they can tell you the plan is to get through this season. We're going to try and make some trades. We're going to try and will end up, but we're a little hamstrung. I'm not going to lie to you, Damon. We're a little hamstrung, but we'll get through this. Russ comes off the books. And have you seen the free agent class of 2023? That's what we're doing. We're look, I'm going to tell you this right now. We got the free agent class of 2023. I mean, we're looking and we're talking to guys like, Chris Middleton. We're talking about Bradley Beal.
Hey, question, Lakers GM here.
Yeah.
You're Rob. Rob, you're talking to these free agents, or is the king?
Don't worry about what you heard. I'm in control here. I'm in control.
That's definitely not what I heard. That's not what I heard, Rob. Like, the truth is, Rob, I'm not sure why I'm even talking to you. Is that one of those 2-sided glass windows right there? Is LeBron and Rich, are they watching me? Jeannie, hey. Yeah, no, I don't even know what you here for.
Yeah, man. Hey, don't worry about it though. We got Bradley Beal we're talking to. We always got the threat of Dame Lillard. We're working on something there. And you see what's going on in Utah. We just holding tight. We may have something going on with Donovan. We're going to get top end talent here.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Hey, Rob, you know how the collective bargaining agreement works, right? Like, you can't sign all those guys.
Well, I only need is one.
Oh, okay. You only need one. All right.
Yeah.
So one of those guys is going to fix this?
I mean,
how long is LeBron signing? Is LeBron signing an extension?
I think he is.
You think?
I think he is.
Do I have an opt-out if you think you're wrong?
No, if LeBron leaves, then we'll just sign some more free agents. This is what we were able to do. You're in LA.
Okay, Rob. Are you Rob Pelinka or Rob Lowe at this point? Because I'm not sure. I think you both have equal understanding of the collective bargaining agreement.
But a huge part of that is coming off the books.
Of course, because it's Russell Westbrook's fault. Now, okay, let's take that a bit further.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of the teams that we heard may have an interest, and this almost certainly was put out there by Rob Pelinka, is Charlotte.
Mm.
So what if Charlotte acquires Russell Westbrook? Is the Charlotte job more appealing, less appealing, or the same?
It's the same for me, like, because I think it's the number one, so it stays number one for me.
Okay. I don't think it's any worse because it's 1 year if it doesn't work.
1 year, you're going to be probably getting rid of somebody that you need to get rid of anyway. I would think in Gordon Hayward, he'd be in that trade. Maybe not.
I mean, yeah, probably. And Plumlee or I don't know, 3-way deal, send PJ to Sacramento.
Yeah, come on, PJ.
Do you think there are any more? I'm scared. There's still the question of San Antonio. I mean, Pop hasn't really said anything, which I appreciate. I think an announcement the day after the season ends is that's tough because I'm sure he's exhausted the day after the season ends. But there were already reports Pop may very well be around next year, but it could go either way. Like the Spurs continue to be something you at the very least keep your eye on.
The Spurs for sure. New York, I think if something was going to be done in New York, it would have already been done. So I don't think that's going to be a job that is open. Houston, maybe. I still think they might just hold on to Steven Silas for one more year.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. They might hold on to him for one more year. And this is the dirty game that is some of these, NBA coaching situations. They'll hold on to him one more year. So with all due respect to these young men, so the kids can have another year of growth. And then they'll bring in a new coach selling like, all right, we got Jalen on his third year, all these young kids on their third year. Now we're expecting you to win. Where Steven Silas wouldn't get that same opportunity, but sucks.
Right. Yeah, that's right. I'm looking over. I just don't see any other. I didn't see, but I don't see any other changes coming. With that said, I didn't see Charlotte coming.
I didn't see it coming, but it's not overly surprising. Like I'm surprised, but it's not like if Portland got rid of Chauncey. Like I'd be like, what? This is about the time. Like this is about the time. And I know they improved 10 games, but this is about the time when certain front office guys start looking like, all right, is this guy taking this as far as we can go? We need to get to the next level. We need somebody else.
He actually coached longer than I thought. He coached 4 seasons. I thought he took over the team. I thought this was his 3rd year. This was his 4th year.
It's still surprising, but if he didn't get fired now, like maybe they went into the whole what we talk about Monty McNair should have done. Like they weren't sold on James being the coach for the next 3 years. They're like, yo, it's kind of iffy. And if he doesn't start off hot, like we're going to can him. Well, if that's how you feel, then just can him now. Like if you're having that type of doubt,
that's fine.
Then just move on from him now.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, and there's again, this all goes back to the Kings. There's great candidates out there. So, or at least, I mean, you're a great candidate until you're proven otherwise.
This year, refresh my memory. This year, it feels like there's a lot of good coaching candidates. I didn't get that feeling last year, and a lot of these guys have done well. Jason Kidd, Udoka, Willie Green, they've done a great job in their first years. But it just feels like there's a lot of options this year. Just think about some of the names that we heard for the Kings alone. That didn't include a Quinn Snyder or all these other guys.
Kenny Atkinson's, Darvin Ham, those guys from Milwaukee.
We forgot one. If it all falls down, Kanye West, Selena Johnson. If it all falls down in Philly.
Yeah. I never bought that. So
you don't think that's the case?
No.
Okay.
No.
I don't think it
I don't
should
think
be,
it's
by the way. Like I don't think. I think. Come on, what would that be? After a second year?
Yeah. What was it was almost one of those things that I just looked at like, okay, this is Lakers nonsense. This is Rich Paul put this out, Rob Pelinka put this out, Jeannie Buss put this out. Like Doc Rivers, what are you talking about? But what was the gist of it? They're gonna fire Doc Rivers? The Philadelphia 76ers are gonna fire Doc Rivers?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. My bad. That's me. They were gonna fire Doc Rivers and hire Mike D'Antoni. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Daryl Morey, do that. Build that whole thing around James Harden because I'm here to watch that burn.
Oh,
do that. We'll come back. We'll take a look at the Kings offseason with Bobby Marks coming up about 45 minutes from now. He'll be with us coming up at 1:30. We'll dive into the Warriors. You mentioned Utah, Dallas. We'll get into that. Oh, big weekend of returns coming up starting tonight. Oh, yeah. Jesse's ready to crown him in Boston. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return. It's D'Lo and Casey brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, you sound damn near elated. You and Crystal get married and your vows should be like, this is the second greatest week of my life. Remember when Rob Williams came back and
Jesse in the studio repping that D'Lo and KC merch.
Wow. He knew you were coming in today. That's why Jesse stays off Instagram. He knows that that's our platform. He's like, those guys are over there too much. There you go, Lazy. Get it in, baby. Get it in. Get it in. Mark, what's happening, man? Schmutty Fields. You know what time it is, Ivan. That's how we roll. Schmutty Fields. Mrs. Fields is the cookies? Miss Fields? Mrs. Fields? I think it's Mrs. Fields. Miss Fields. Ms. I was at this match that's on my TV right now. Kevin Owens versus Finn Balor. NXT at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. I think it was.
I bet that was lit.
Summer. It was dope. It was the first, if I remember correctly, it was the first arena NXT show. And it was Sasha and Bailey, I think. Yeah, this was a good show. This was one of the most. This might be the most fun I've had at a wrestling show, was this NXT show. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. I really wanted Finn Balor to go to AEW. The Prince returns.
That what he did with Roman was pretty dope. They didn't let him win, obviously, but
yeah, I did not appreciate that finish at all. I did not like that finish at all.
I liked it. I mean, I liked it obviously because Roman went. Like, I like how they brought out that the alter ego guy, how they
Demon.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty dope. I'd have to watch old Roman tonight, see what's going on.
Hey, Rob Williams is back. This might be your day, Jesse. This might be your day.
If The Rock came back, Jesse would pass out. With everything that's going on, it'd just be too much.
Rob Williams, 3-0 lead over Brooklyn. The Rock returns. The Fast and the Furious guy? Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I got something I want to come out to break with. Oh man, this is hilarious.
Yeah, for real.
No, it's not evil at all. It's just really funny. You know about that Dipset anthem? You wasn't outside, David. You wasn't outside when the Dipset anthem was popping off, though. I know that much. You was on the West Coast. You was on the West Coast outside, but you wasn't on the East Coast outside.
You wasn't on the East Coast either.
Man, I'd slide out there for a couple weeks.
I lived out there for like 8 years. What are you talking about?
The anthem was done after that. The anthem was done. That's what I'm saying. When the Dipset anthem was popping off, you was out here. You was at Ricky's.
Yeah, Dipset was done after Jadakiss and the Locks buried him.
Dipset will never be done. First of all, they took an L, but you know they bounced right back.
They did? What'd they do?
Well, they just legends.
They bounced back for no good reason. Okay, that's fine.
They ain't going nowhere.
No, that's fine. Oh. Well, I know you wanted something here, but you're gonna have to hold it for a second. The Sacramento Kings will interview. Hold on, let's do this because Sham. The Sacramento Kings will interview Mike D'Antoni and Mark Jackson.
No, did you get Chatty House? Is this real?
The Sacramento Kings will interview Mike D'Antoni and Mark Jackson for their head coaching job among over a handful of total candidates, sources tell me and Sam Amick. Kings have done background on vast majority. Maybe this is a hack because this tweet is riddled with typos. He's going to send it out again here in a second.
He did. He sent it.
Kings have done background on vast majority of available coaches and narrowed to a small group. Again, the Kings will interview Mike D'Antoni and Mark Jackson as a part of their head coaching search.
They're not going to like this. They're not going to like this. The streets are not going to like this. The streets are not going to like this.
So explain something to me real quick. The Kings centerpiece is a point guard and a center. Yes or no?
Yep.
Maybe my memory's off. Look, I get it. Maybe my memory is off. So I'm genuinely asking this question.
Mm-hmm.
Was Mike D'Antoni the coach of that Lakers team that was on the Sports Illustrated cover?
He was.
Steve Nash, Kobe Bryant,
but he was.
Dwight Howard.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to take Steve Nash out of the equation because I get it. Name the big man guard combo that's worked with Mike D'Antoni.
I mean, help me out here. He was Nash and Stoudemire, right?
Sure, he was.
I mean, we're hoping
Stoudemire a 4 or a 5?
He was 4. But I think they had moments
freakishly athletic 4.
Yeah, he's not He's not Sabonis. But I think they had times when, like, they went 4 out, 1 in, and Stoudemire was the 1 in. I mean, say what you want. It's not like he was a scrub out there. He had Harden and Dwight.
He's not a scrub.
He had Harden and Dwight.
And did that work?
No, because they didn't like each other. They played well, though. Like, they both played well. Yes, absolutely.
Dwight and James Harden played well together?
Was that Kevin McHale? I think Kevin McHale had Dwight and James.
Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted much more coherently. The Sacramento Kings have secured permission to interview several assistants for their head coaching job, including Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, Darvin Ham, Charles Lee, and Will Hardy from Boston. That's a big name that we haven't talked about before. That's one for Will Hardy has very Rico Hines vibes in terms of his respect and with the players he comes in contact with. Okay. So
on that, it doesn't mean that he's not a part of this at all, but I just find it a little odd since they have Mike Brown on there. Kenny Atkinson is not in that list.
Kenny Atkinson is not on either list that we got from Shams or Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yeah. But to your D'Antoni point, what do you think? And once again, it's a different type of center. Capella played well under him. Capella flourished.
Is Mike D'Antoni? Am I the only one listening? Is Mike D'Antoni structure? I don't think he is. I don't think that he is.
Okay,
it's just an interview. Ain't nothing wrong with interviewing him. There's nothing wrong with interviewing him. The thought to me is awful. It's awful.
The other thing about D'Antoni is, for the most part, I'm sure there's outliers. Whatever happened in New York happened or whatever. The point guards take off. They don't.
Mike D'Antoni's 70 years old.
I'm not saying I want him. I'm just saying it. I don't think, like, if they hired Mike D'Antoni, he's got a track record of being successful more than he does being a failure.
And
it's kind of not close. Like, it's kind of not close. Like, even in his 2 terrible stops, they made the playoffs. And in New York, they had one of the better records they had in recent memory. Like, even in what we deem as terrible, he actually did a solid job.
I mean, he didn't. Like, 32-50, 29-53, 42-40, 18-24. That's not solid. That's New York. That's just New York. He came in there with it was kind of broken down, right? Like Mike Bibby was playing for him or something, right? And then when he got his guys in there, I mean, still, like, he had one 500 season.
Okay, well, New York is no good. New York is no good then. New York is no good. But I mean, everywhere else is fine.
The Lakers 40-32 lost in the first round. Next year 27-55.
That was nasty.
And then Houston was different. So he hasn't coached.
They'll hire him anyway, though.
Let's see.
I don't think that'll be the case.
He was. I'm sorry. I'm stuck on the fact he's 70, and I know that that's. I mean.
No,
it's one thing. It's one thing to be a head coach like Greg Popovich. I mean, Greg Popovich, I'm positive is older than is older than Mike D'Antoni is. But it's one thing to, like, already be there and establish. He's 73. To be there and be established with your franchise, like, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
To take over a new franchise at 70, I don't know, man.
And didn't he have health concerns towards the end of his Houston time?
I just think that's what he told Daryl to get the hell out of there. I don't think Mike had any health concern. Well, I mean,
I thought he had missed a couple of games at some point because
I think there were. Well,
I could be mistaken.
I think because of his age, there was at the start of. I think there were COVID concerns.
I thought when he was with Houston during the end of his tenure there. Like
COVID was the end of COVID. He was in
What?
Houston. Yeah, I know. He was there. Yeah, I know.
Where was James? James was there.
James was in
with Russell
Houston.
Westbrook.
James
That's
has
right.
been on like 10 teams since then.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, he was there with
James
Russell
was there.
Westbrook. Yeah,
They were all there. All right.
yeah. I don't think Kenny Atkinson is a real candidate. I don't think he's a legit candidate.
You mean Mike D'Antoni?
Yeah, Mike D'Antoni. I don't. Unfortunately,
Because apparently Kenny Atkinson is in fact not a candidate.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I think that's the case as well.
Well, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Perfect time. Bobby Mark's going to join us in about 30 minutes. Shams tweeted just moments ago, the Sacramento Kings will interview Mike D'Antoni and Mark Jackson for their head coaching job among over a handful of candidates, sources tell me and Sam Amick. Kings have done background on vast majority of available coaches and narrowed to a small group. Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted the Sacramento Kings have secured permission to interview several assistants for their head coaching job, including Golden State's Mike Brown, Brooklyn consultant Steve Clifford, Milwaukee's Darvin Ham and Charles Lee, and Boston's Will Hardy. To what we have now, I think this is our first look at the list, of coaches for the Sacramento Kings. Mike D'Antoni, Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, Darvin Ham and Charles Lee, and Will Hardy. A lot of these names, especially the ones from Adrian Wojnarowski, the assistants, we've heard those before.
Mm-hmm.
When Alvin was let go, we heard, by the way, we haven't heard anything about Alvin's front office position. I don't know.
It kind of goes away.
I don't know why that made me laugh, and I apologize to Alvin Gentry, but I don't know why that made me laugh. But I'm thinking about the tweets in that time frame, and I feel like Mike Brown was referenced. Steve Clifford definitely was. Darvin Ham was. I think Charles Lee was. The new one to this group is Will Hardy and Mark Jackson. So I guess there's
Mark Jackson was mentioned in the first one, I thought.
Yeah. I think D'Antoni might have been too. I think all of these names may have been mentioned. I guess these are all just.
I think Kenny Atkinson was mentioned on the first one, and now he's not. So I don't know if there's.
So maybe Woj is going to hit us with a follow up. ... and Kenny Atkinson. But it's a pretty expansive list. And as we were trying to relay this information over to you, I was trying to keep an eye on what was popping in the chatty house, and I saw a response, but I don't know, was the response to Mike D'Antoni or was the response to Mark Jackson? Because I feel like you're going to get a pretty strong response for Mark Jackson one way or the other. You're either going to get a good it's about time response, or you're going to get, oh, no, I don't want that dude in this organization response.
Yeah. And I think the majority of people will say they don't want him in the organization. Yeah, I like I said, I understand all the reasons why somebody wouldn't want Mark Jackson. I get it. I also don't think that it's a bad thing that he's like, this is meeting somebody in the middle, I feel, because if I'm talking to somebody if I'm talking to John Bull's like, no, like don't ever
talk
bring
to John
up
Bull about Mark Jackson.
Don't ever bring up
Bad
Mark
idea.
Jackson to me, ever. And I'm like, yo, he should get another shot. Meeting in the middle is an interview. I'm okay with him getting in front of owners and GMs. I would assume being asked questions about things that happened in his first job, what he's learned from, like any other interview, and getting an opportunity to speak on that. So that's fine that he's getting an interview. I don't expect him to get hired here in Sacramento, and that's okay too. That's fine. Like he may not be the right guy for where this franchise is. But yeah, all those guys that got mentioned pretty good. Keeping it even closer to home, our guy James Ham says the Kings will begin virtual interviews with coaching candidates next week. He confirmed that the initial list includes Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford, D'Antoni, Mike Brown, Charles Lee, Darvin Ham, and Will Hardy. Then he says, in-person meetings expected after the first round of Zoom interviews. So in-person meetings should happen in 2 weeks. I would hope.
Okay. Dying to know what Colin Cowherd thinks about this. In any event. So I posted the question. Some of you asked. I posted the question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Apologies to the Twitch users. I never figured out how to post a poll over there. So if you're on YouTube right now, and we appreciate how many of you are, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Would you be okay with Mark Jackson being the head coach of the Sacramento Kings? Jesse, can we throw that same poll question over on the D'Lo and KC Twitter account as well? I posted it 30 seconds ago, but right now the response and people are voting, and we appreciate that. While you're voting, hit the thumbs up.
Please hit the thumbs up. Come on, man.
65% of the voters say no. Again,
yeah,
this was literally posted 60 seconds ago.
I don't think you'll see much of a change. If anything, it'll go higher. I think a lot of people, from what I've seen, they're just not interested in Mark Jackson at all. They have their reasonings, and that's fine. Like that's okay. Like he put himself in this boat, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? He had his ways of going about things, and it was extremely aggressive, and some would say over the top. And he's put himself in this boat. Nobody else. So,
so let me ask you another question, because you mentioned bringing up. So if you were talking to Mark Jackson, you're talking to Mark Jackson about this opening and asking him about his time with Golden State, his relationship with the front office. I think there's a concern amongst some people about Mark Jackson. There's a concern about like questions that you can't ask him in a job interview. Like there are people who have. And I believe it's an accurate perception. I don't know that he's ever hid from it, but he has religious views, and he has religious views that alienate a lot of people. And you can't ask him those questions in a job interview. Where does that sit? Like if you're Monty McNair, that has to factor in.
I'd find a way to find out. You can't run.
Sorry, I asked you a question and literally cut you off.
No, you're good.
My apologies. How do you run LGBTQ night at the Golden One Center and Mark Jackson is your head coach?
This may sound like some scandal type stuff, but I'd find a way to find out.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I'd find a way to find out. And if I can't, obviously I can't.
Olivia Pope on the job.
Yeah, I can't ask those things in an official interview setting. And me as Monty McNair, I may not be able to ask him that if we're walking to Chipotle down in Doco. But I would find a way to find out. Simple as that. And he would know, this is a question that holds a little weight. Whoever asked it, however it gets relayed to him, but I'd find a way to find out. Because you're right. You can't not know where he's at and still run your organization the way they've been running it, as far as like off the court stuff and promotions. Like you got to know who you're hiring if you're going to continue to do those things, which they should. So yeah, absolutely. I'd find a way to find out.
Okay. The two polls are up on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and on the @D'Lo and KC account on Twitter. Would you be okay with Mark Jackson being the head coach of the Sacramento Kings? Right now, 65% of the voters say no. Again, early results, small samples. This literally means nothing. Just curious how people feel. Mark Jackson invokes strong opinions and a strong response, and I think I don't know that anyone who says, no, I would not be okay with Mark Jackson being the head coach, I don't know how many of those people believe it's because he's not a good basketball coach.
Mm.
We have a small sample size.
Mm.
Shoot, it's about as big as Kenny Atkinson's is. We know Mark Jackson can coach.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that. We still see a lot of Mark Jackson's Warriors in this version of the Golden State Warriors all these years later. But I that was not then, and I don't think ever has been the biggest concern.
I don't think that's going to change much, and I also feel like if they did go with Mark Jackson, that'd be risky because they're going to take a major hit. They're going to take a major hit. They're going to have a lot of people upset with them, and it's not just a Twitter thing. But that would be if they decided to go with that. Vivek, Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, they better say it with their chest and be prepared for what they would receive having Mark Jackson here, because it wouldn't be warm and cuddly. I know that. And if you don't want to, let me ask you what you think. If Monty McNair thinks he's the best guy for the job, but you're not exactly 100% sure you want to take on all that, do you still hire him?
No.
Even if you think he's the best guy, most qualified guy. I agree.
I don't think you can hire Mark Jackson. You can't. In my opinion, you can't. Unless he's willing to, unless he doesn't feel that way anymore. Unless his views have changed.
And you know what? I'm glad.
And he's entitled to his views. He can feel however he wants to, but that doesn't mean he can. You are the face. You are the leader of this organization.
Yeah,
and you're going to alien. No, I can't.
It's a little different, but I think specifically to Tim Hardaway Sr. And I know you remember his comments on that NBA show
vaguely
years ago.
Was it like at the Jason Collins time?
It might have been Jason Collins, and he just straight up said, "I hate."
Yep.
Live on air. Mm-hmm. He's like, "I don't like them. They don't need to be here. They don't need to be on this. All that." Like he went hard. Mm-hmm. And I read a story or saw something on him, and he a couple years ago, he's like, "Man, I'm embarrassed about that because that came from a place of ignorance. I wasn't informed. I didn't know. It was really ignorant of me." Since then, I've had different experiences. I've taken class or sensitivity classes, and and had different experiences, and I don't feel that way anymore. I can honestly say I don't feel that way anymore. Then I'm embarrassed that that's how I once felt, but I've learned, and I've educated myself, and that's not how I feel anymore. And I don't know. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Mark Jackson can have that type of revelation and can have those type of feelings anymore.
Well, revelation is the right word for Mark Jackson, because I don't think I don't in his mind, it's not coming from a place of ignorance. Mm-hmm. I've never talked to Mark Jackson about this. Knowing what I know about Mark Jackson, in his mind, this isn't coming from a place of ignorance. This is coming from a place for the Lord. That's what it says here in the Bible. Mm-hmm. And
if they did that, he would have to come out super strong with, "This is not what I feel no more." Like, you can't hire him and just move on. Like, it would have to be, and I don't think, much like you, I don't think he'd do that. Like, his feelings might have changed. He ain't gonna do what's necessary to be done if he got hired for the job here. I don't think he will be hired though, but gets an interview. I'm more interested in Skinny Atkinson's situation. I wouldn't say more interested, but I'm just as interested in, like, what happened there. Is he not being looked at?
I mean, Kenny could have said no, thank you.
He could have. It
really
Absolutely.
is as simple as that. Like, let's not frame this job to be as many problems as the Lakers might have. That's still the Los Angeles Lakers. We're the freaking Sacramento Kings. There's nothing sexy about taking this job right now. Yeah. You can build it up in your mind. Oh, I'm going to be the one who ends this drought. I'm going to be the one to do this. I'm going to make De'Aaron Fox an all-star. I'm going to get Sabonis, on an all-NBA team or back in the all-star game or whatever. You can do all of that if you want to. And I expect whoever takes the job to do just that. But it's Kenny Atkinson may have just said thank you, but no thank you. Or maybe he's not a candidate.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe the Kings said no thank you.
I mean, Steve Clifford, Mike Brown, D'Antoni and Jackson, those are established vets. Darvin Ham, Charles Lee, Will Hardy, those are up-and-coming assistants. Kenny Atkinson's kind of like he's had a head coaching job. He's going to get another one. He's
not pressed. He's not pressed. Like he can be on Steve Kerr's bench for another year and wait for more job opportunities to open up.
He saw Charlotte open today.
Yeah.
He knows the Lakers are open. And maybe if it's not the Lakers, maybe if it's not Charlotte, maybe if it's not Utah, it's Golden State. I'm just gonna stay here. Yeah. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. I'm happy here. Bobby Marks had a whole preview. Bobby Marks had a hell of a line to start his off-season preview for the Sacramento Kings. We'll tell you what that line is, and we'll talk to Bobby Marks about it, ESPN Front Office Insider, when he joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Well, that changes things a little bit. Yeah, let's go.
It's about damn time. Drop the bomb on me, baby. And you turn me on. There it is. This is pretty funny. Oh man. Dave, you see that clip I just sent you on IG? Imagine this in your local McDonald's. These fools are a mess.
Ooh, Don is dope. Dropped a new paid in full collection. Nice. There goes Kenny's paycheck.
Yeah, man. You know what's coming.
Oh, interesting. I didn't think of that.
Lisa, what's going on? It's going to be all right, Lisa.
Oh, man.
Airballing 7 of them.
Man.
Just chucking them up.
That's it. You know what kind of player I need right here? Oh, there you go, Dr. David. Yeah, that's a nice one. That's good stuff, man. I'm glad you tried that.
Oh, Ace.
You and everyone else who
How about
watches
that?
basketball.
It's looking rough right now. I still think you guys get the
Sideline
next
Steve.
2. I think you get the next 2, but ooh, you better get the next 2. Can't get just 1. You gotta get the next 2. You know who I didn't see on that list? Oh man, Master P.
Oh, Percy.
He got that Laker job on lock. Hey, Dane, before the Sacramento Kings with their news messed up what I was going to have when we came back last time, now I got an opportunity to tell you.
Okay.
Did you catch last night the guy Reggie Miller was at it again?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So I think somebody was at the line. I think it was Jokic or something like that. He's at the line and he goes, he was like 4 for 4 at the time. And Kevin Harlan goes, Jokic, 4 for 4 on the night at the line. And he shoots and then he misses. And then Reggie goes, oh, that's a little announcer jinx. And Jokic, don't get mad at me. That is Kevin Andrew Harlan. Kevin goes, Andrew? He goes, that's your middle name, isn't it? He said, no.
Oh.
He led the state of Chicago in state of Illinois.
Oh. I was about to say.
He said, Andrew? Well, that's your middle name. No.
No. Would you be okay with Mark Jackson being the head coach of the Sacramento Kings? On YouTube, 61% of the viewers who have voted said no. On Twitter, 79% of the voters who have voted said no.
Would not be a popular pick. Would not be
Okay, a couple of other things. If you're just tuning in, the first look at who the Sacramento Kings are interviewing for their head coaching position has become available. It's Mike D'Antoni, it's Mark Jackson. By the way, in addition to Bobby Marks at the bottom of this hour, James Ham will be with us for the final hour of the show at 3:00. So make sure you're locked in for that. And Trysta, Kyle, they're all along the way also. Mike D'Antoni, Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, Darvin Ham, Charles Lee, and Will Hardy, all expected to get interviews from the Sacramento Kings. Two things of note, and Jesse pointed this out during the break. No Doug Christie, and I'm okay with that. I'm just pointing it out. Doug Christie isn't on this list. Again, this isn't the be all end all. It's not like, all right, guys, that's it. There could be other names. They may have already talked to Doug. They may. I don't know. I'm just saying from what we have right now, Doug Christie not on that list. Two, and I'm sorry to take us back to Mark Jackson. Is it a bad look that they're interviewing him?
See, I don't think so.
Okay, it was an honest question.
I understand.
I may have framed
think
it like
a lot
it
of people,
wasn't, but it was.
No, it's not you. I mean, a lot of people are pissed off that they're even interviewing him, and I think that's a little too much. Like, I think it's perfectly fine to interview Mark Jackson, and like I continue to say, see what's gone on with him over the last, 7-8 years.
Yeah.
How where's his mind at? What's his belief? He may have changed, and it still not be the right hire for you. Like, you may hear all that and be like, I just can't do it right now. Like, I can't. But that's the opportunities that I talk about, where if you can get in front of a GM or an owner and have those type of conversations and show any signs of growth, you may not get that job, but Vivek, Monty, they talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, somebody asking, how was the Mark Jackson interview? You know what? It was better than I thought. Like, we weren't in a position to be able to do that, but it was better than I thought. Then that GM goes, oh, all right, well, we got an opening. Like, let's bring him in for an, like, stuff like that. And nobody may ever be comfortable hiring him. Like, that's very real.
It's the reality. Yep.
Yeah, but the fact that he's getting in the interviews, I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay. I think it's a dicey slope no matter what. But I think interviewing him can always,
as far as interviewing him, is a dicey slope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I think in interviewing him, you can simply say we needed to find out for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
We needed to see what he had learned, and or we needed to see how he felt. We needed to talk, and I think this is something that obviously we'll be watching moving forward for a variety of reasons. The Charlotte Hornets job is now available. If the Utah Jazz continue on the trend that they're going on, they're going to be available. I still think that whole thing is weird. It was last night was one of the clearest examples of that team. Like, they're not functioning right. Mm-hmm. Like, they're playing as a bunch of individuals. Believe me, we know what that looks like here. They're playing like a bunch of is that the Major League Baseball package there? This is our
it's not
Marlins Astros here at the middle of the day.
This one is on MLB Network, and it's Pirates Cubs.
Of course, yeah, can't miss that. Must see TV for sure. But that Utah squad look disjointed, man.
The OA, dead on arrival. Like, these guys are finished.
You think so? Really?
Yeah, they're finished. Like, as far as the group, like, they may win the series.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the series.
They might win the series. It's not like I still think they'll come back. Like, they could. I'm not sure. After last night, that game, it got close for a second, but for the most part, they were dominated all night long by Utah, or excuse me, by Dallas. And the defensive issues that they have, I don't know if that gets fixed in 2 days, 4 days. Mike Conley's not all of a sudden going to start guarding better.
And by defensive issue, you mean lack of defense.
Lack of defense.
You mean just the inability to actually play it.
Yeah. And Jason Kidd is just spreading these guys out and 4 or 5 out on occasion. And just saying, whoever gets the ball, if you get a switch or you get a favorable matchup, go one-on-one. Mm-hmm. There's nobody in there, especially with Rudy out when he's out. So, yeah, they're not, they're so far done. I think they could win a championship. They still might move on from Quinn Snyder and Rudy Gobert.
I'm just shocked that you think they could win a championship.
No, I don't. I'm just talking about how much I think this is over.
They're a mess. Done. And last night, it was just glaring watching them last night.
And they're at that point that we always talk about. We would kill to be Utah. Yeah, we would, but
until the point,
the good teams,
it's the end of the Rick Adelman era. That's what it is. People forget like why that era ended. It's like we got tired of that point.
Right.
We're going to get further or not, and the answer was not. And so we took 4 million steps backwards, all hopefully to take this big giant step forward when the Sacramento Kings hire their next head coach, whoever one of these names are. Or
the question
it is out of these names.
The question now, though, is how far are they going to go with blowing it up, right? Like, is it just the coach, or is it the coach and Rudy? Are they going Bogdanovich? Are they, how are they going Donovan? How far are they going to go to move on from this? And that's That's something obviously nobody knows. I think it'll just be Rudy, but Bojan might be part of that too.
Well, and I know you like him, and I understand why, but he's also. We looked at what is he, 33?
Yeah.
I mean,
looks good though. He looks good. Like
no,
he
can go. Yeah, like they're wasting some decent nights from him.
Mm-hmm.
Apologies, I fell down a Will Hardy rabbit hole here. I remember reading a lot about him when he joined Boston. Came from San Antonio, been in the league 10 years. Looks like he's about 30. That's of all of the Steve Clifford's one that really doesn't move me, to be honest. Mike Brown moves me a lot more than Steve Clifford does. However, I gotta keep that same energy. If you're speaking structure, well, Steve Clifford will do that for you.
It's funny you say that because when I think about Steve Clifford, I'm thinking about, like, this is unfair to say of the other guys maybe, but now they'll be getting an adult in the room, right? They'll be getting the adult in the room that we've said that they've needed for a little while. Steve Clifford is coming ready to put some structure into this organization.
Yeah, that's 100%.
Steve Clifford.
I think that's what Mike is too. Brown, not D'Antoni.
Yeah.
I think that's what Mike Brown is too. I don't know enough. We got to start getting Jill Adge, if you're listening.
Yeah,
carve
Jill.
some Daves out for us next week. We're gonna have to go over some of these coaching names next week. But Mike Brown feels like a structure guy. Mike D'Antoni does not.
Mike D'Antoni is a structure guy, though. He's got his structure. There's discipline in those offenses that he ran. Like, there is an understanding of your role, spacing, what you're supposed to do, and not getting outside of your role. Like, if your job in this offense is to just catch and shoot on the wing, don't start dribbling the ball 4 or 5 times. It's not your job. Do your job.
So
defensively, there's not a whole lot of structure. I'll say that much.
Well, that's familiar territory then, which that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bobby notes that in his write-up, the Kings haven't finished. We focus on, playoff records, or playoff appearances, wins, and all of that stuff. Bobby says Kings have not finished in the top half. He's just talking about the top half of the league in defensive efficiency since Rick Adelman's last year.
That's crazy. That is nuts. But let me ask you this. They could bring in Tibbs tomorrow. Do you think this team would really, really improve on defense? My point is, I don't know if they have the personnel to improve anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe lean into being like the best offensive team in the league.
Well, let's ask someone who's done this before. ESPN front office insider, Bobby Marks. Bobby, perfect day to join us, not just because of your column, but because of the news that we got from your colleague, Adrian Wojnarowski, just a few minutes ago about some of the coaching hires. But I want to bring you into that question that Kenny just asked. When you're trying to install a defense and trying to get into the upper half of the league in defensive efficiency for the first time in 16 years, how much of that is personnel and how much of that is a coaching scheme?
Well, I think the majority of it is probably what you have on the court. I mean, I think you can preach as much as you want and have as much of a foundation in place as far as how you want guys to at least play from a defensive standpoint. But if you don't have the horses, you could compete and there'll be an effort standpoint, but that only gets you so far. So I don't think they do have the personnel right now to compete in the upper echelon of some of these teams, and that certainly could change. I mean, as I said, the biggest thing is finding that right person, and then the next thing is finding the right players. and to surround that coach who you hire.
Bobby, when you took a look at this Kings roster, I know this is a kind of a crazy thing to say, considering how they didn't make the playoffs again for the 16th straight year and weren't even that close. But I look at this team and I don't think they're that far off. I think there's some tweaks. I think obviously they need a little more just overall talent, but they do have pieces on this team. I feel you've seen a number of different successful rosters. How do you feel about this Kings roster as is and some of the work they need to do in the offseason?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, you're it's not as far off as people probably think. I mean, they've identified their key foundation players as Sabonis and Fox. You could probably put David Mitchell up there as far as another young player to build around. I think now it's a matter of, like, what do you add to it based on, either in the draft you'll have a high lottery pick. I said, I mentioned the article, you have 2 seconds, and don't dismiss second-round picks. I mean, I think you're seeing in this playoffs the value of players that were selected, whether it be Herb Jones down in New Orleans, who's probably going to make one of these all-defensive team, and he was picked 35th. So I think you can find something there in the second round. But the big question will be certainly what you do with Harrison. Harrison's going to go into last year of his last year's contract. He's probably been one of the more consistent players, in the past 3 years plus there. What do you do with him? You've got, $40 million plus an expiring contract to maybe use in a deal. You've got all your draft picks. So it's not like the cupboards are bare and you're walking into an empty situation. You've seen it in the playoffs. Like, if you hire the right coach and you just kind of, it doesn't have to be a finished product what you have around him. It could be a work in progress. But you hire the right coach, and whether it be in New Orleans with Willie Green and Chris Finch in Minnesota, and some of these, Taylor Jenkins in Memphis. Like, I mean, that's as big as off-season transaction that you will have, and that's why I've kind of put the that premium in that.
Yeah, the exact line was the hiring of the next coach is the most important transaction in Kings history and will define McNair's tenure. So with pressure like that, Bobby, who is it? Come on, who should it be? We just found out Mike D'Antoni's getting an interview. Mark Jackson's getting an interview. We see Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, Darvin Ham, Charles Lee, Will Hardy, all mentioned as guys who the Sacramento Kings plan to talk to in the coming days.
You know what? I think there's so many different ways you can go. I mean, certainly, we've seen young assistant coaches work, right? Like, I know we always hear the same names, whether it be D'Antoni, and I know Mark's been out of the league for a long time here. It works. Like, you can go out and hire Charles Lee, who was in Milwaukee, or Will Hardy, guys like that. The one thing you just can't do is, want a mulligan a year from now or 2 years from now, and it doesn't work here. So I think this is going to take a while. I mean, I think, we've got the pre-draft camp in mid-May. I don't know if we'll have a coach in hand by then, but they'll go through the list. You started to see it a little bit come out today. Whether it be a veteran or a young coach, but I don't think, if it was me, I would be trending probably towards one of these younger assistants here, because there is a track record. We've seen it in the past as far as, this, as you guys said, this roster is not a finished product, and they can kind of develop their own identity with them.
Yeah. One of the more intriguing situations for this Kings this offseason for me is the situation with Dante DiVincenzo. And can you kind of elaborate on what the Kings' options are there? Is it just as simple as whatever he's offered? If they like it, they can match. Do you have any idea of what you could expect to see Dante being offered from some of these teams? I'm thinking around $10 to $12 million a year, and I'd be willing to do that if I were the Kings. Well, how do you kind of see that situation going with?
Yeah, I think first they'll tender him a qualifying offer, so he'll become a restricted free agent. It's not a big marketplace for teams that have cap space. So when you're looking at the mid-level, which is around 10-3, is for the teams that are over the cap here, and that's the majority of teams. Then you've got teams like Detroit and Indiana. I don't think Portland will join that group. Orlando, Detroit, San Antonio here. It's hard for me to think a team going out and offering Dante 4 years, $48 million in that thing. I think he's still coming back from that injury that knocked him out of last year's playoffs and a good chunk of this year. It's almost like a guy who has an ACL. And, you don't really see the full body, the good of him until maybe a year from that injury. So it has been a little bit up and down here. But you lose him, it's not like you can go out and replace him, right? You don't have cap space. If you feel like he's part of your future and he can be here, you take an aggressive approach. So I think that number you mentioned is right. I mean, I think you're probably in that $10-11 million range. It's hard for me to think that he goes out and gets a big time offer.
And Bobby, you mentioned something in your in this breakdown here that I always think about with other players, but for some reason didn't think about with Domantas Sabonis. And we have talked regularly about. You mentioned the importance of the hiring of the head coach. This whole season is incredibly important for the next 3, 4, 5 years of the Sacramento Kings, because you've got the ability to extend Domantas Sabonis coming up. Obviously, you want to make De'Aaron happy. You want that all to work out. But as I was reading your breakdown, it doesn't make financial sense for Domantas Sabonis to sign the actual extension, right? Like he's going to become a free agent.
Well, that's right. I mean, that's when Indiana signed him to that rookie extension, they got him on a great deal. Well, the downside is that from an extension standpoint, you can only go off 120% off his number. So the value contract helps the team, and it wasn't Sacramento who signed him. It helps the team, but then it hurts you. Because when you outplay that contract, you're basically going to have to wait until he becomes an unrestricted free agent. It's similar what Chicago went through. What just went through with Zach LaVine, where Zach's on a $19 million contract. Well, Zach can go out and make $200 million plus as a free agent with Chicago compared to signing an extension for $100 million here. So he's extension eligible. I don't see anything being worked out if I was him. I mean, this is probably one of his last big bites of the apple, and I think if he doesn't sign it, it's not an indication that he doesn't want to be in Sacramento. And I think he's a West Coast guy. He's already come as, I think his wife's from California. He's already he's been traded there. He's made it known that he wants to be there, but it's more of kind of a business decision because he can make more money, a couple years down the road when he's an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah. Bobby, real quick, when do you think a coach needs to be in place for a team to kind of progress with the offseason? So how much are they needed for the draft? Obviously, we definitely want it before free agency, but I'm thinking more so the draft. Like, do they need to be at some of those combines, the thing in Chicago and everything, or can the GM and the front office guys handle that until they get a coach in place?
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, you'd love to have the coach for the combine, which is the week of the 16th of May. You'd love to have him in the meetings. You'd love to have him there observing. You're going to get these players that you saw in Chicago in your facility, the month of June leading up to the draft on the 23rd. So you'll get another opportunity here. But from a meeting standpoint, yeah, I mean, you'd love to have him, but I don't think you're forced to do anything by then. But certainly by June 1st, you'd want somebody in place. I mean, that's the you want the coach involved in the draft process because he's got to coach him. He's got to whatever philosophy he has, offense and defensively, like they're going to need to be how that player fits here. So I think that's your window there from the combine until June 1st, where you probably do see a hire.
Yeah.
Great stuff as always, Bobby. We really appreciate your time today. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. That's ESPN front office insider Bobby Marks
Bobby
there.
Marks always good with his time, man. For us, man. He always good with his time.
Yeah, for sure. And again, another disappointed Kings fan. Like he expected. I won't call him a Kings fan. He expected a whole lot more from the Sacramento Kings than he got. But that part about Domantas Sabonis really stuck out to me because we've talked so extensively with James Ham about how important this season is for that Domantas Sabonis extension. And he's eligible, starting October 1st. The Kings can extend Sabonis for an additional 3 years and $75 million. That's roughly $15 million below what Sabonis can sign with as a free agent in 2024.
Yeah, it's no need for him to do that.
And I don't know why I recognize this all of the time when we talk about other players and guys who don't, sign extensions and they go on to be free agents. They wind up signing with that team anyways, but it makes more financial sense for them to do that. The Kings are going to be in a situation where it's not they're going to have to know in February.
Mm-hmm.
Have we done enough to make Domantas Sabonis want to stay here? Because he's going to become an unrestricted free agent.
February of this year or next year?
Next year.
He's got 2 years. So
February of next year.
Yeah.
That final trade deadline before his contract's up.
Right.
So it would be next year's 2023. So it would be February 2024.
Right.
Have we done enough to be able to make him want to, sign here and he would be
27.
He'd be 27 at that time. And now you're looking at, man, I'm trying to do math real quick. About 100.
What if they don't know?
You got to trade him then.
Wow.
Don't you?
If they I'm
okay. You have to be very confident in the product that you have put in front of Domantas Sabonis. Like if in February or January of 2024, you're competing for a play-in and you're under 500 competing for a play-in, I don't know that that's it, boss.
Yeah. You got to, I think to be confident, you'd have to make the playoffs this upcoming year, and be at least in the same spot in that season to ride it out. If you didn't do either one of those two things, you got to move on from them.
We ain't going nowhere, man. We got a lot more Kings ahead. We got a lot more basketball ahead. Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. Kenny Caraway goes one-on-one with Kyle Madson at about 2:20 or so. James Ham, top of the 3:00 hour. You don't want to miss that. That's all ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, good call. Good call. I'm gonna run down in case Trysta goes long, so okay. I'll step out now.
Oh boy. Yeah, man, we turn up. We're the only show in town, baby. The only show in town. All 55 A's fans in attendance. Whew. You guys don't mind me. I'm going to stand up for a second. Oh. Let's see. You guys still fighting in here? Let's chill out. Relax. I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, I did see that. I said, come on, man. I said, come on, man. What are we doing out here? Oh, man. Yeah, I agree with you, Rob W. Come on now. Come on, man. Need that thumbs up. Oh, there goes Tiffany Haddish. That Deion Cole. Oh, no. Deion Cole was funny. Man, I feel beat up. No, I saw like the first 20 minutes or so. No. Rick Ross was with Mike Tyson last night, I think, or a couple days ago. Mike was smoking. I think it was after he smacked up dude. Mike is a wild boy.
Who is?
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I like Mike Brown too. True. I know that's not exactly what you said in your message. I'm just saying I like Mike Brown.
Why do I hate Tyson Fury? Because he's a jackass. That's why I hate him. Tyson Fury has no redeemable qualities.
He beat Braun Strowman.
Yeah. He gonna win this Saturday though. I know that much. You watching
You
it?
are?
I ain't even gonna be around.
Oh yeah, so she definitely going long. Well, the great Jill Adge, the purveyor of all things Kings coaching and front office related. I quoted Bobby Marks there. He said, I probably trend towards one of the younger assistants. She quote tweeted, Ham Hardy Lee. Love it. I'm sure we'll talk to Jill Adge next week about some of these names on the list. If you're just tuning in, we got a little bit of Kings news today. I wouldn't call it a little bit. We got some Kings news today. We got our first look at the list. The old list. Will the Sacramento Kings be interviewing? Oh, you still got it?
You know what? You just made the list.
Thank you. Casey went to Best Buy and said, give me the loudest mouse you have. I still don't understand why you have that. Oh, man. How about Ramona Shelburne?
Oh.
Philadelphia 76ers star Joel Embiid is experiencing pain and discomfort in his right thumb. Practice today, and he expects to play in Game 4. It's possible he gets an MRI in the near future to determine the extent of the injury, sources tell Woj and I.
It's not good. It's not good. Not good.
As if we needed more injuries here.
Can we just chill out on the injuries? Can we just chill out?
Well, the great Robert Williams is returning, and sounds like Ben Simmons is coming back this weekend. So Robert Williams,
Ben Simmons music.
Is that's not tonight, Jesse? Is that
Saturday.
Tomorrow? Okay. Jesse's been hyped.
He's
all
locked
day.
in. He's locked in.
Hyped all day. So Robert Williams will come back limited minutes tomorrow. And it looks like Ben Simmons will play Monday.
Well, nothing changed. I mean, Robert Williams, I like the guy. He can go. I think he's a perfect fit for what they do. Still think we're going to go back to Boston tied at 2.
Okay. That's
my
because
prediction.
You have this weird thing with Brooklyn. I think you have this weird thing with New York, and you just support.
I mean, I don't know about all that because I don't really like the Nets like that.
I feel like I think you low key do. Got to be honest.
Nah, I mean, I like Kyrie. I like KD, obviously, but that's about it. Like, nah, I don't necessarily root for the Nets.
Okay, you're certainly rooting for them this series.
I am. Well, look who they're going against. Sorry, Jesse.
You hate Boston.
Ooh, can't wait for them to trade Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Marcus Smart, all the guys that I really like. So I don't have to like them on the Celtics.
Like literally all of those names are going to be bigger than Paul Pierce on the Celtics. They're sticking around
Oh
forever.
wow! Thought I was pushing his buttons.
See, Jesse knows. Jesse knows he likes Paul Pierce because he has to. I think anyone who likes Paul Pierce has to. They're probably related to him somehow. Cousins, indeed. Would you be okay with Mark Jackson being the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings? That question was posted on Twitter. 74% of the people who voted say no. I'll pull up the YouTube numbers and give you the same exact results to that poll question in exactly 3, 2, 1. Okay. 64% on YouTube say no. About the same amount of votes have come in on YouTube and have come in on Twitter. So a large portion, or I don't want to say that, a good portion of the fan base, at least who is interactive on these platforms, isn't really feeling the idea of Mark Jackson. Again, it's multi-layered. There's probably people who don't think Mark Jackson is a good coach. There are probably people who don't think Mark Jackson can help this team. But I think there's a lot of other people who feel a certain way about Mark Jackson. And anyways, it's resulting in the fan base giving a resounding no, or at least the voting fan base giving a resounding no here to that question.
Yeah, that is a tough sell. Do you think, not necessarily asking for a poll question, but do you think it would be the same for Mike D'Antoni? Do you think there's anybody that's like, yeah, bring in D'Antoni? That'd be a great hire. I don't think so. Like, I don't think there'd be the same vitriol that there seems to be for Mark Jackson, but I don't think anybody would be happy if D'Antoni came in.
I honestly think if we posted the same exact question and with the same exact wording and just took Mark Jackson's name out and put Mike D'Antoni's in, I think the results would be exactly the same.
I agree.
I think there, and I think, and you know, maybe I'm proven wrong. I don't want to be. Maybe it's with the Kings. Maybe it's with someone else. It's hard. It's just hard for me to see Mike D'Antoni taking over a brand new team and being successful. He was like 65 when he took over Houston.
70 years old that's a lot. That's a lot. Like, I understand completely what you're saying. And
I mean, in about 5 years,
like a George Karl situation, really.
And that's the way I felt. That's exactly the way I felt. Is it's like, yeah, Mike D'Antoni's a good coach. It didn't work here. They were just kind of at the end of the line here. In 5 years, Mike D'Antoni can go, run for president. That's the job suitable for guys who are 75 years old. But with this league today, I don't know, man. I won't even say this league, because I still believe there's a lot he can offer a franchise. This team, this franchise right now, I don't know that that's the hire.
What do you think is the best course of action for this team when they talk about hiring a head coach? Is it taking a chance with a young assistant, or is it Steve Clifford, or is it Mike D'Antoni, the veteran older guy?
Is it, what was the question again?
Like, what's the best course of action? Would you be looking, if you're Monty, for like a young assistant, like a Darvin Ham, or would you go with a Steve Clifford, Mike D'Antoni, guys who have been around the league for the most part, have styles that have worked, but they're older.
What I like about these young assistants, Milwaukee, Boston, one. Milwaukee, Boston. Will Hardy, San Antonio. These are three names, much like, sorry to do this, but much like Mike Malone. These are names that are thought of very highly around the league. Mike Malone was a coveted coach. We got him. And Vivek was right. He was right about the hire. As James Ham would say, he was right. Everything else went wrong, but he was right about that hire. The rest of the league was right too, because they had their eyes on Mike Malone. That doesn't mean Darvin, Charles Lee, Will Hardy, that they're all going to hit. But the fact that enough people are looking at them going, those are. I've been hearing Will Hardy's name for a while. Yeah, there's something I like the idea of going with one of the young coaches. Steve Clifford. I don't know. I know Steve Clifford is a good coach. That's not what I'm questioning. The only one that I really like is Mike Brown. And the thing with Mike Brown is, I know he has shortcomings. We talked with Bobby Marks a couple of minutes ago. Mike Brown will make from a coaching standpoint, he'll help the Kings be better defensively. They got to get the right personnel. You have Dante and Davion out there, and you need other players that play like Dante and Davion out there to be better defensively, right? You can't have these. We used it all of the sinkholes. You can't have sinkholes in the Sacramento Kings defense like you've had for the last couple of years.
I remember sinkholes.
But same thing with Mike Brown. Offensively, the structure that De'Aaron Fox wants, I don't know that that's going to be there. The knock, Mike Brown's, the biggest knock on Mike Brown when he was in Cleveland was that he wasn't doing enough to help LeBron on the offensive end.
Yeah.
And this is a team where you can't, like, you very literally have to have someone who can do, you've got to be able to do both. You've got to be able to help this team improve defensively. You got to be able to provide the structure, I guess, that De'Aaron wants, or perhaps that Sabonis would thrive in, or that perhaps would best suit this team on the offensive end. Or maybe you figure out a way to be a little more free-flowing on the offensive end, but you provide greater structure on the defensive end. I'm not sure. But hire someone that you are locked in with long-term, and this is my guy, and this is, for Monty McNair, this is the hire that's going to keep me in Sacramento for a long time. Because if I get it wrong.
I agree with all that. I agree. I'm
a smart man.
I wonder. I get taking the first time head coach. It makes me a little nervous.
I know.
It makes me a little nervous.
Yep.
So, do you think taking the first time head coach, do you think that changes, like, they may not even have these type of feelings, but the whole win now at all costs deal, like, are you going to move things a little slow because you have a coach that needs to get acclimated to the league, needs to get acclimated to being in the big chair, and having that type of responsibility? Do you not want to put all the pressure of, we went out and got these guys, you have to make the playoffs right now? Like, do you want to fall back off that a little bit?
No, absolutely not. Ime Udoka, first-year head coach. Hell, Hubert Davis, first-year head coach. We don't need to ease into anything. Let's go. Look, it's if I'm Monty McNair, it's my job. I got to provide you the players that makes this work. That's my job. We believe we've got the two centerpieces. We've got Sabonis. We've got Fox. Okay, you can work with those. Obviously, you're here. You know you can work with those. I got more work to do for you. Let's build this out a little bit. There it is. When we got to get better now. We can't wait. We got to get better right now.
I'm just sitting here trying to think, because that's how I feel. I just want to make sure.
You can't feel another way. If you're Monty McNair, you can't feel another way.
You can't, and that's why I would go. I don't want to say I would go. Like, if they went with Hardy, Ham, that's fine. But I would feel more secure going with a guy like a Steve Clifford, who he's experienced it all. Like, there is no learning curve. It is learn what your roster is and win. Like, it's not, all right, for this first time, you got to know, hey, the game moves a little faster at this seed, or, have you ever dealt with a disgruntled player, or how? It's all new. Just makes me nervous. I wouldn't say I'd choose one over the other. If the better candidate was an assistant, cool. Let's rock and roll. But because you know how important this season is for me. You know how important it is. Can't miss it. People are out of here.
Shoot, I mean, Willie Green.
Willie Green started 1-13.
Willie Green is in a playoff series.
He is.
Willie Green, I mean, 36 and 46. I'm sure that's not what he envisioned for his first year, but you mentioned it. He finished 36 and 46. He started 1-13. He's got to win on the Phoenix Suns, who just lost their primary scorer.
Willie Green's balled out.
Willie Green's legitimately, I still think it's a stretch. Willie Green's legitimately staring at a first round playoff win. You gotta wait.
You don't have to wait. You don't have to.
Get out there, get work done.
Yeah.
Trysta's running a little bit late. She should be with us here real soon. We'll try to squeeze in a couple of phone calls here. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Chris, what's happening, brother?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Chris?
I'm listening. Good. So I'm sitting here listening, guys. If the Sacramento Kings hire Mike or Tony, I'm going to throw up. I will literally throw up.
Oh, no.
Because, I mean, every time I have called in and talked to you guys, I've always said that defense was always our problem.
Yeah.
I just want to go with that. I mean, that would just be a horrible hiring. Let me ask you guys this.
Mm-hmm.
If, say, Utah winds up losing this series, now I don't know how, like, head coaches' contracts works out and all that, but say if they do fire Quinn, all right, and say McNair goes and says, hey, and the ownership, I can't pronounce his name, so you have to excuse me.
Vivek, it's fine.
But say they get together and they say, if we can give you 4 years guaranteed, all right, because, we got a bad rep across the league for, like, all the freaking head coaches we've gone through.
Mm-hmm.
So if we guarantee you 4 years, all right, would you think that'd be a good thing to do?
Well, yeah. I mean, all coaching contracts are guaranteed. Every contract in the NBA is guaranteed.
What the Kings were dealing with,
unless otherwise
fired guys, it's still paying.
Very true. I think Luke's got another year. Vlade's got another year. No wonder Vlade come to all the games. Vlade coming to the games, pick up his damn paycheck. I think what Chris was trying to ask is, should Quinn Snyder become available, does he catapult to the top of the list?
I think so.
Probably. Yeah. Like, I mean, so. you talk about the guy who you hope could do everything, kind of manage both. Yeah. I feel like he jumps to the top of that list. But I also think I don't want to say it's a long shot, but just be like, hypothetically, the Jazz get eliminated. I don't know the schedule. I'm just pulling a day out of the air. The Jazz get eliminated Wednesday.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean Utah's firing him Thursday.
Not necessarily.
Utah might be like, we know what time it is. Hey, you know what?
They might do like Charlotte.
Let's all decompress. Take a week to yourself.
Yeah.
Sacramento's got to keep interviewing. Charlotte's got to keep interviewing. Los Angeles has to keep interviewing. Those stuff, that's part of the game.
The other thing that Chris talked about that I wanted to touch on that, we ended up talking with Bobby Marks and didn't really get into it, is this idea that, and it could work. I'm just talking that because the team was so bad on defense that you have to hire a defensive coach as if that's going to fix everything. Mm-hmm. When I'm not so sure, you just don't have the personnel. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't have defensive players. You don't have good defensive players. Your best player, one of your best players, in De'Aaron Fox, is just not that good on the defensive end. Like, consistently, he has moments where he shows like, hey, he can be a top defensive point guard in this league, but it's not consistent. The other best player, Sabonis, doesn't seem like that great of a defensive guy. You're adding, DiVincenzo maybe into that starting lineup. Harrison Barnes, I guess you could say he hasn't been that good of a defender as well. He's been part of this as well. So the whole point being, would you look to possibly lean more into what you're already good at? You can put up numbers. You can put up offense. And essentially, at least in the regular season sense, use your offense as a bit of your defense to put pressure on the other team offensively just because they know that you're an elite scoring team and doing that with the coach that you have. I personally would like defense, but I don't know if this team is capable of it.
You hire the best coach. If that's a defense, like I'm not trying to like, punk at it the question, but if the best coach is a defensive minded coach, ride with it. If it's someone that leans into what you do well already, ride with it. I'm good either way. And I'm good welcoming the host of BetMGM tonight, the homegirl, Trysta Krick. Trysta, what's up?
I put it in the comments on the Twitter. Thought maybe you would see the notification, but I don't know.
I got you. Our producer Jesse kept us alert, man. We knew you'd be running a little behind, man. It's all good. I want to ask you something.
Okay.
Kings are looking for a head coach.
Yes.
And it's a yearly tradition here, almost.
Yes.
We do.
Yes.
What do you think of Mark Jackson?
Ooh, what a loaded question that is.
100% loaded, and you don't have to feel like you don't have to like cushion the answer. We're looking for an honest answer.
Number one, I would say he gets a lot of shade in strange areas, and I understand why. I think he did a phenomenal job prepping those Warriors in a way that got them to the place where when they got Steve Kerr, they were ready to go. Part of me believes, and I think a lot of Golden State Warriors beat writers would say they don't think that the Warriors would have won rings with Mark Jackson at the helm instead of Steve Kerr. I don't know necessarily. I waffle back and forth on that. Mm-hmm. Some of the techniques that he imparted and put to use, and as it related to, I remember there was one about Steph Curry's ankle injury where it was like, I think there was like holy water involved.
There was holy water involved. There was.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I think there was like, so there's like that stuff where I'm kind of like, well, okay. I think in terms of the basketball mind, Mark Jackson, the basketball mind, I think he's the best available out there right now. Unless you're talking about taking a flyer on somebody who's been an assistant coach in the ranks, so on benches around the league, like how New Orleans hired Willie Green. And you could tell like Willie Green was on the Golden State Warriors during their championship time. Then he went to the Suns. So it like made sense when that hire happened. It made sense. But from like already done it, already coached up a team and found ways to make them useful, he probably wasn't as good as utilizing Draymond Green as Steve Kerr was. But he was instrumental in drafting Draymond. It was him and I want to say Jerry West that were a big proponent of Draymond. So I think his techniques can be a little bit suspect. I know that there was another thing that got him in hot water was just like in general his religious dogma towards the gay community specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I know there are some folks within the Warriors organization at different levels that happen to not coincide with Mark Jackson's ethos and beliefs. I think he would be really great for young guys. I think his schemes would be good. I'm wondering whether he's just blackballed from the industry altogether. I think the Lakers would be a great spot for him. I think he could be able to scheme in different ways. If you can get Russell Westbrook to play off the ball and actually move without the ball, I don't know who's going to be able to do that. But if anyone can do that, maybe that's him, given the fact that like it was a motion offense with the Warriors. What have you guys been saying?
Go ahead, partner.
I've been a proponent for a long time of Mark getting another opportunity at the very least to interview. It feels like he hasn't even interviewed in 7-8 years, and that seems a little crazy. I'm familiar with all the stories that you just laid out, and then a couple more from his time in Golden State. But what I've continued to say was, I don't understand why he doesn't get the opportunity to possibly learn from his mistakes that he had earlier. And we have a number of different coaches throughout the history of the NBA. George Karl is the first to come to mind. Nobody ever likes George Karl, ever. Like, he creates enemies all the time and he does all this stuff, but he constantly gets opportunities. And even if Mark Jackson, I was just talking to Damian about how even if you get to a point where you're like, I'm sorry, Mark, we can't hire you. Like we're not in a position to be able to do that. We got tickets to sell. We got bad reputation, whatever. We can't do it. I like that he can possibly start getting interviews. Like that's fine. I could understand if nobody says they could hire him, but the fact that before he wasn't even getting interviews, that's what I didn't understand. So the fact that he can get in front of these GMs and these owners, and if he has kind of changed the way he goes about things and maybe even his views on some things, he at least is in these settings to be able to say these things to the people that make these decisions. And I think that's fine right there.
I think you're right. Also, I think there's a lot of casual NBA fans that buy tickets to games that aren't privy to what we're talking about. Like they don't even know these things.
Yeah.
But you will be though.
You will. Like
if that hire is made, you'll be aware of those.
Like not to put that in the same category because it's not in the same category, but Chauncey Billups, Jason Kidd, but they got.
Well, Jason Kidd's a big one. Like the way that just kind of gets moved it's pretty wild.
I think also like Mark Jackson just not being on a bench either. Like, does he not want to be an assistant coach and kind of get back into the flow of things? Would he prefer to just only call Warriors games and remark on his times of coaching there?
Probably pays better to keep doing what he's doing.
More job security for sure.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think that there's a lot of coaches who get the benefit of the doubt. They fail upwards. Their mobility continues to get them better opportunities and better spots for that next thing. I mean, even to a degree, Luke Walton is a great example of someone who failed in one level and then got another head coaching job. He's obviously doesn't have as many enemies as like a George Karl, but you're right. And you'd have to, it doesn't take a genius to figure out why that might be.
Mm-hmm.
Trysta Krick, host of Bet MGM tonight, Odyssey Sports Betting Insider with us here on D-Lo and KC. Trysta, the injuries are piling up. We just got word there's fear Joel has a sprained ligament in his thumb. He says he's going to continue to play. It's strictly pain tolerance for Joel Embiid, but that's another thing on top of Chris Middleton, Devin Booker. What's the most impactful injury so far, you think, in this playoffs, or will ultimately be the most impactful injury?
Great. It's a great question. I did a whole segment on that on the podcast. I think when you heat check, find it wherever you get your podcast. Anyway, I think it's Luka, just because of how crazy the West is. And they're going to have to then face the Warriors and, ultimately face either Memphis or the Suns. So I just feel like Luka, we already know what time it is with the Utah Jazz, right? Like we already know. I actually, as a side road, have we jumped the shark where it's like, I actually feel like maybe Donovan Mitchell's part of the problem now. I've been standing and simping and like holding down the fort for Donovan Mitchell, because I'm not a huge Rudy Gobert fan. And it's like, I get that you don't want to pass to him, but it's egregious right now. And the low-key shady comments that are being made, and like, he'll be wide open with his hand out like this, diving to the rim, just shrimps on him. Could get just an easy lob for two. And Donovan Mitchell's like, no.
I said this after game one, and I don't know, it just hit me like a ton of bricks, but I was like, and I like the guy, so I didn't want it to be coming off as a bad thing, but I was like, damn, Donovan Mitchell's kind of a ball hog. When he gets the ball, it's going up, and that's all that ever happens. And he's a beast. Like, he can score like few others can in the league, so he's able to do that. But to your point, I mean, it's not like he's looking to get others involved a lot of the time.
I think there's a part of me that's like, wow, the I don't know what it's like, almost like a film over my eyes has been lifted, and I'm like, wow, could Donovan Mitchell have been like some of the reason for this problems in Utah? Like, it's not just Joe Ingles and Boyan and Rudy's, like this man is a turnstile. He can't defend anybody. He's letting guys just blow by, and then he makes Rudy Gobert be the rim protector. And like, thank God Rudy Gobert's there for him, or he would be getting all kinds of hate, and because he's getting barbecued pretty much every possession.
You know what? You're correct. And you know what? If I was a Jazz fan, or if I was Danny Ainge or anything, I'd be so upset with Donovan Mitchell. Yep. And you know what? I'd teach him a lesson. I'd be like,
what would you do, Kenny?
Send him to Sacramento.
Absolutely. Go to Sacramento. Send his ass to Sacramento to teach him a lesson.
You would really want Fox and
Mitchell
to be on the backcourt together?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Come on now.
Absolutely.
You should send him a lesson by sending Rudy Gobert to Sacramento, because he would help you far more than Donovan Mitchell would.
I like Rudy too. I would take him too, but let's not get out of control. There's like 10 people that can do what Donovan Mitchell in the league can do.
Offensively. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do with De'Aaron? Go put him in the corner again?
That's what I'm saying.
Let's play the 2-man game.
No.
Do you think De'Aaron will be a willing participant in this 2-man game?
Sure, as long as there's structure.
Okay. Okay.
How is he going to get the ball from Donovan?
The same way Mike Conley does.
He doesn't.
No, he just doesn't do anything with it right now. That's the
God bless Mike Conley. He just out there on the floor like, I'm getting a paycheck, baby. Like I'm getting paid for this.
He's doing absolutely zero. I can't wait to see what happens with the Jazz, right? Like, I feel like they're just going to get completely put the TNT on that roster and let the shrapnel of those roster pieces head out to wherever they head.
I would like him here too, by the way. Like Rudy, I like Rudy.
Rudy and Sabonis down low.
Yeah, it's a little risky, but Rudy pretty good. He gets about.
I understand the acquisition from the Utah Jazz that makes the most sense for the Sacramento Kings is Quinn Snyder.
Yes,
I think that's the one that makes more sense than either of the two players. And I love Donovan, but I'm almost like, I guess we just trade Donovan for De'Aaron.
Yes,
because that's the only way I see it like really working. And
take my chances.
By the way, if that's the only way to get it done, then
what? Oh my God!
If that's the only way to get it done, you just do what you got to do, and
get him with a skilled player.
You get done in here. You think
do you guys have any good defender that's above 6'1"?
No.
We don't have any good defender above or below 6'1". Well, no, that's not true. Davion's a good defender. That's not.
But like, he's literally my height.
Yeah. No, but this is the whole thing, Trysta. This is what we talked about. Like, you're not going to just get a coach in here and turn into the 93 New York Knicks. Like, that's not who you are. So maybe the answer is to just lean into what you're good at. Become a top 10 offense. Become.
Then you know who you should hire then?
Don't, Trysta. I swear to God, don't say it. Don't say it, Trysta.
D'Antoni.
Oh my God. Oh man.
If we're leaning in, then we're leaning in.
Look, I don't want D'Antoni. Obviously, Damian doesn't want D'Antoni. But look.
If we're leaning in, we're leaning in.
I know. That's what I've been saying.
If we're leaning in,
Damian is done. He's done. Trysta, it's me and you here. It's Casey and Trysta here on ESPN 13 and 20. Damian will be back on Monday.
Wow.
Man.
It's the roster, and the first time I ever came on with you guys, I said you guys had some nice pieces, and you do, and you did, but like none of them really quite. It's like the bouillabaisse isn't really the ingredients doesn't really jive together for
they didn't
anything.
Put any Sunny Delight in there. That's why it didn't work.
You need something. You need somebody like Herb Jones is good. Like you need somebody like that who can cover up for a pygmy shrimp like CJ McCollum. Like you need Herb. You need a Herb, and you need somebody like a BI. You need a long wing.
Wow, that's what we need.
No, that's facts.
BI would help a lot of things.
Yeah, that's.
You're not going to get them, but you need to target someone BI-esque. You know what I mean?
You think they win another game? Do you think they could beat the Phoenix Suns now?
In a 7-game series?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
I
don't either, but
I just feel like, listen, they've got pieces. They were one of the best teams, from All-Star break on, from the beginning, really from like January on. As soon as the trade deadline came and CJ got there, they were really, really consistent, but they were winning games before CJ even got there. Why do you think he wanted to go there? Obviously, they had pieces. Willie Green's a really, really good coach. Like, he's scheming guys. They're playing really excellent defense. They're getting undrafted guys like Jose Alvarado, who's like coming up like a Tasmanian devil, stealing from behind,
Alvarado creep.
Yeah, just creeping. And so I think that they could get another game or two, but this feels like the Phoenix Suns team feels like they kind of got caught sleeping, and Devin Booker was on his, and then he ends up getting injured. Feels like, Monty's going to have an entire few days to scheme, and I think they'll come out ready. I think you'll get a big game from Cam Johnson. I think, the one weak link that I think has to be at least serviceable and solid, and he's not always solid, is Landry Shamet. And I think he's going to probably either get to start him or Campaign. Campaign can be a little wild. And I don't know that he can get his shot off against the long wings of New Orleans. But I think it's going to be a fight the whole way. I don't see Phoenix really blowing them out. I don't think we're going to get like these 9.5, 10.5 point spreads, even back in Phoenix, especially since Devin Booker's probably not going to play the rest of the series, I would imagine.
Oddly enough, we never talked to Trysta about betting.
I kind of love that. I kind of love it. I love these in-depth niche conversations with you guys. People always, now, Trysta, tell me about your 5-star plays tonight. Baseball's underway, Major League Baseball. Any unders you like tonight? I'm like, God dang it. I'm just trying to get paid for this. Like, I like to bet. I like to talk about it, but I don't want it to be my entire life. So I love hoop. I love hoop.
Yeah, and that's evidence on the Heat Check podcast that you can check out. It's evidence on BetQL tonight as well. Tell our man Q and Ryan we said hello. And
where it's not evident? It is not evident on the Fan, really. They the basketball conversations are about 1% of what we have.
It's all about the Knicks. It's all about the Yanks. The Yanks, that middle relief. I really like the way they worked that out. Aaron Boone, I would have walked them too. I don't know what did they expect them to do? Just walk them. You're not getting 3,000 on us, right? I need that guy. That's the setup guy. I need him to set up what he's supposed to do for the Yanks. I think they got our
impressions have really started to go long here.
2 straight weeks now of we should not pay Aaron Judge. 2 straight weeks now of let the owners pocket the money. I don't know how we've gotten to this place as a society where we rather have, like, we would, in the labor debate, we would rather the employer just continue to pocket. We should all be riding for employees. Do you own a business? Do I own a business? Does the most amount of WFAN listeners own businesses where they're, exploiting their employees? No. So why do we simp? I don't, for owners. It's crazy to me. We should stop with that. Like, we're all afraid of talking about unions and labor groups and getting support. Like, no, if it wasn't for these things, we would continue to get effed over.
Power to the people.
Power to the
Speak
people.
on it. And let's stop repping for Mike D'Antoni as well. Trysta, we appreciate you so much.
You said lean in, and if you're leaning in, that's where you're going.
Fair enough.
Literally,
thanks, homie.
2 seconds into the shot clock. Shot.
Kyle wants to know if you like the 7.5 in A's Rangers tonight.
Oh, so 7.5 people.
I like the over.
I took the over. I love the over.
7.5 people.
My favorite place.
I'm going under total attendance.
Totals have gone over that number in 6 of the last 7. Rangers give up a ton of runs. They also get a ton of runs. So I like that play a lot.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right.
Love it.
Also, thanks. Hunter Green, take his strikeout prop, 5.5 strikeouts. As long as it's not heavily juiced, that rookie's going to be a flamethrower tonight for the culture. For the culture.
Let's go. Let's go. We're all about it. Thanks, Trysta. Trysta Krick.
Guys, I need 5. I'm laying those.
Go ahead. Lay it out there. Lay it out there.
Well, guess who's the only one that's going to be able to watch Hunter Green tonight? This guy.
Did you fork over money for the MLB.TV package?
No, I have someone else's login.
Oh,
okay.
It happens. It happens.
It was crazy. Kenny didn't even offer to share his login with me either. It was wild. Like, hey, here's the NBA TV login.
You would have blocked me. I gave
Probably would have. Probably would have.
I have your NBA TV login just saved in my browser.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you can have it. It's never going anywhere.
I watched a lot of Hornets basketball this year.
There's always a team that you have to have a league pass for. This year, the Hornets, they were at the top of the list.
Yes, they're great. Big Hornets guy.
That's curator of vibes right there, Kyle Madson. We don't do commercials here on ESPN 1320. We just keep talking. So that's a cue to Jesse. We'll just keep talking and do that thing that I hate so much. You guys just want to? Should I leave and let you two continue your little Twitter spat?
Hey man, ain't nothing for me to. Like I said last night and earlier today.
Go ahead.
I ain't fighting when these people all spring about Draymond Green. I ain't doing it. All right, I ain't doing it. I'm not fighting with these guys. All right.
Yeah, no. I mean, at the end of the day, Draymond Green is going to be a 3-time NBA champion. He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an all defense. He's been a DPOY. He's going to be all those things. And you're a hater in Sacramento.
How am I a hater?
It's just facts now.
How am I a hater? Explain to me how I'm a hater.
Because you act like he's not a good player. And he is.
Damien,
Objectively, he's a good
Damien, you talk to me every day. We talk about Draymond a lot.
Yep.
How many times have I said he's a good ball player?
Yep.
How many times?
You said he's John Sally with Hall of Fame.
John Sally not a scrub. Like somebody who needs to watch more basketball. I guess John Sally not a scrub. John Sally can play.
Okay.
John Sally was an integral part of 2 championship teams, and also there was a little Twitter humor there as well.
I know.
So there's that.
So is it with watch more games?
so
that's just a hilarious thing to say to somebody when you're arguing with them. Hey, watch more.
But the thing that I don't understand, it's like I said almost on every occasion, he's a good ball player. But for Warriors fans, if you don't call him God, then you're a hater.
Exactly. I don't know what I'm talking about. No, I just he is a I mean the issue last night in my mentions and when I woke up this morning, oh my God, was because like there's people talking about scoring and like his offense and you don't have to guard. It's like, no, I get that. I would never, he's not even I wasn't talking about his offensive end of the floor. Like he's just an incredible defender.
And here's where we
unbelievable defender. So
here's where we did. He's a damn good defender. He's a great defender. Here's where we disconnect. When you talk about generational, when you not just you, anybody they throw around the word generational, I have a higher standard for throwing that word around, and that encompasses a lot. He's a great defender. That's the only thing he ever has to worry about. The guys that I talk about generational, they do it all. They do it all. Draymond's a great defender, though. Draymond's a elite defender. He's one of the best defenders.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all I was getting at.
Absolutely. That's it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not doing this all spring.
Good luck leaving me off the all 75 lifts if I'm a generational player.
Hey, look, I'm just saying Steve Kerr called him better Dennis Rodman. And Steve Kerr played with Dennis Rodman. Not me. Don't shoot the messenger. Steve Kerr said it. Argue with him.
Draymond might be a better defender than Dennis Rodman was.
Yeah, that's not crazy.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I think Dennis Rodman's a tad bit overrated nowadays.
He definitely is.
Yeah.
If Dennis Rodman had a regular fade, would people care as much about him?
Here's the one I don't get.
I mean, he was, so I'm gonna just go right back at it. He was pretty damn good for 3 teams, though.
No, he was absolutely, but a lot of times his antics, that's probably not the fair word to use, but
that's what they were.
His eccentricities.
Thank you. I can't spell that word, so I didn't want to use it. But like, yeah, that stuff is often remembered more than the fact that dude once had like 20 rebounds in a game in which he didn't shoot the ball. You know what I mean? Like he did a lot of pretty, and I actually think that's a Detroit stat. Like he has stats like that with the bad boys. So I don't know. He was really good though. Overrated. I don't know. He was good.
I like Detroit Dennis the best. I love Detroit Dennis.
Regular fade.
Man, he was a problem.
I lean into the Draymond Dennis Rodman thing because I think like there are people who know way more about basketball than I will ever know who are like, yeah, he's like I said, Steve Kerr, Michael Thompson. They both said like, yeah, he's Draymond Green or he's Dennis Rodman, but like better. The one I've never rocked with is the Charles Barkley one, where there are Warriors fans who will genuinely tell you like, oh, he's better than Charles Barkley, and it's like that is insane. That's an insane thing to think. Like that's wild. I would never been on board of that. As much as I love Draymond, prime Charles Barkley, the Warriors are winning like 80 games.
Are the Warriors? Like, are they just playing their best basketball of the year right now? Are they just hitting that right spot, or is Denver bad, or like it feels like they're clicking right now? That I'm starting to look like this team winning the West.
They might, but also Denver's bad. So there's like Golden State's definitely playing better than they were a month ago, but like Denver, it's Jokic and then Aaron Gordon's probably their second best player. Like that's tough. That's not good.
I knew it was all bad for Denver. Just it hit me like a ton of bricks when the Warriors went on a run and Mike Malone was like, all right, Jokic, Monte Morris, get back in there. Damn.
Yeah.
Gotta go to. Oh my gosh.
The Will Barton 30-footer late in last night's game. I think it was like a 2-point game still. And they got Jokic working in the low post, and he just chucks like a 30-foot contested 3-pointer. And it was like, this is where it's at. Like Will Barton's their number one scoring option outside of Jokic, and that's not a good place to be. So that said, with how well Steph and Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson are playing, like Klay Thompson has hit a stride. Like he's back kind of to most of what he was when he got hurt. Mm-hmm. And if Jordan Poole is going to do this, whatever it is he's doing, like just taking over as the number one scoring option. Like that's what Draymond called him last night. He called him the number one option. And it's like, he kind of is right now. When they need a big shot and it's in Jordan Poole's hands, it's like, all right. You don't feel bad about it. And then, they're getting something out of their role players. And that's kind of been their formula for 7 years now. And if you told me they won the West, I would be less surprised now than I would have been 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I understand it. Now, Kyle, we're gonna have some weeks to talk about the Warriors.
Well, I know where you're going. I know you need to get to this. I got to ask him one more Warriors related question, but it's about Mark Jackson. We were talking to Trysta about Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson's name came up today. He's being interviewed. He's one of we'll run down the entire list. James Ham joining us at the top of the 3:00 hour. We'll go over all of the news about the Kings head coaching interviews. But Mark Jackson is one of them. Mm-hmm. You're a Warriors fan for a long time. What do your complete censored only for the radio thought on Mark Jackson?
I think Mark Jackson's low-key a crazy person, but I also think he's a good enough basketball coach that he should be a basketball coach. And the Kings are a little bit in the spot the Warriors were in when he took over in 2011? 2012?
13, 14. Yeah,
in the early 2010s, they kind of had this jumble of like Steph Curry and David Lee and a rookie Klay Thompson. It was just kind of this just mess of players, and they needed a direction. And I don't want to give Mark Jackson too much credit for what the Warriors are right now, but he definitely got them in the right direction. I don't think he would have done the things that Steve Kerr did to kind of get them over the hump, but I do think that Mark Jackson has value as a coach for sure, especially for a team like Sacramento that just needs some kind of like stability and direction. But are they going to win a championship with him? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't think so. Like, I don't have that high of an opinion of him as a coach, but it was all behind the scenes stuff that was the issue. And then like his offense is weird. Like they had Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. They'd be going like ISOs to Harrison Barnes in the low post late in games. And it was a lot of David Lee. And one of the keys to their title run in 2015 was benching David Lee for Draymond Green, which is something I don't think Mark Jackson would have had the foresight to do. So maybe he's learned. I mean, that was so long ago. It's, like I said, like 7 years ago that he's been out of coaching. So maybe he's changed, but there was a bunch of stuff like issues with his assistant coaches. There was like religion stuff in there that I don't want to dive all the way into because I don't know what's true and what's not. But you just hear that like behind the scenes he wasn't.
Yeah, it's true. We've all heard it. Yeah, it's true.
All right.
Which is probably a bigger concern, and that's what Kenny and I have been trying to get to the bottom of for the last 90 minutes. Is that's probably a bigger concern than anything regarding what's happening on the basketball floor.
Yeah, but I think like Mark Jackson is. I said he got the Warriors going the right. Like in 2013, like they were a defensive breakdown away from like being up 2-0 on the Spurs in or tying that series 1-1.
Well, they should have won both games. I think they
they split in San Antonio. They had the big Clay game.
First game. Wasn't that the Ginobili one on the other side?
Where they had that defensive breakdown. Yeah. And it's just like they went toe to toe with the Spurs in their first playoff run. And then in their second one, they went 7 games with the Clippers with Blake Griffin in his prime and Chris Paul. Like that was still a pretty good team. So I would, it would, from a basketball standpoint, like you'd kind of get it, but I don't know if he would be the coach in 3 years. And I don't know if that's what Sacramento really needs, is a guy that's like, yeah, hey, he can get him going for 2 years, but then they got to move on again.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Mike Brown's the move, dude. I think Mike Brown's a good coach.
I like Mike Brown a lot too.
I think you could get a lot of what Mark Jackson brings in terms of getting a young team kind of flowing the right direction. But then I also think he's a good enough coach to like win a championship. So
I'd like to
Mike
see
Brown's my guy.
We talk about all the time, or at least I talk about all the time, Mark Jackson not getting another opportunity, another fair shot. I mean, Mike Brown, I feel, is in that same realm where it feels like he's earned an opportunity to get a real shot. Like, you went back to Cleveland. I didn't think he got a real shot. Not sure what happened in LA. He's been under the radar for a long time. He went back paying his dues. I think he deserves an opportunity somewhere. And if it was in Sacramento, that'd be great.
I agree.
Wow.
I would love that.
You want to go to your boy 19 now?
I mean, I just need to know what you think, Kyle, because I believe at the end of the day, we'll talk about this like a family. We'll get it done. I think Devo stays. And I think gets paid. I think everybody's happy. I think that's the way this ends. But how are you seeing this playing out?
I kind of think the same thing, because all of the different reporting on it leads me to kind of, and maybe this is me just trying to be optimistic, but all of the reporting on it that's all different, where you hear like, oh, he wants to be closer to home. No, he doesn't. He wants to be with his kid. Oh, no, that's not the reason. Oh, it's his role. No, it's not his role. It's money. No, it's not. It leads me to believe a little bit that there's no like firm reason that he's asking for a trade outside of a leverage play. And if that's the case, if the Niners, TJ Hushmanzada said this on the show I produced, Willard and Dibbs on 95.7, he was like, if they put a 4-year, $100 million contract in front of him, he's signing it. And if he doesn't, then his agent shouldn't be an agent anymore. Like, that's like, if he's going to get 4 and 100 from the 49ers, he's taking it. And I think the Niners would get there, but there's no incentive for the Niners to do that right now. He's under contract. They can franchise him next year if they want. He would get if he sits out, he'd get the restricted franchise tag. But we're not even there yet. You know, the July and into mid-July, late July is when this is really going to start to matter. And if you're the Niners, there's just no incentive to throw a deal on the table right now. So I'm hoping the relationship isn't so fractured that he never suits up for the 49ers again. But I genuinely, I don't know. But if I'm San Francisco, I'm doing kind of whatever I can outside of, an exorbitant amount of money that to re-sign him, because they kind of need him.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade him. Like that is, I just sit on him before I trade him. Like I wouldn't trade him.
Well, and I think if they do trade him, it's going to be for a package that they would have traded regardless of the trade request. It's going to take like a couple of first round picks and a day 2 pick and maybe a player. Like it's just going to be some insane offer that they would have taken regardless.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I don't think they have any incentive to trade him, and unless they get completely bowled over by an offer, I just don't think it's happening.
Yeah.
Real quick, can Kyle Shanahan make another Debo?
No.
Man.
Debo's Debo, but Kyle Shanahan can make offense.
What a cold week Kenny had.
I didn't say he can make another Debo.
I
was saying he can make another playmaker.
Yeah, he can generate offense without Debo.
I'm gonna run the tape back. We're gonna need to.
He generated offense with Brian Hoyer and Trent Taylor.
Literally another Debo. I might have said another Debo, not literally, but another. The points per game would still be 30. It'd just be in a different way.
I agree with that take.
Oh, good.
We got a break.
You guys agree now. How great. How wonderful. We started with you guys arguing, and now you agree. That's a beautiful thing. It's the curator of vibes over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, our man Kyle Madson, of course, the writer at Niners Wire as well, and host of Candlestick Chronicles. We appreciate you as always, my friend. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. So it's 58 now? Crap. All right.
Kyle, my man. Good talking to you, big dog.
Yep.
They got baseball on today, or are they actually working?
Who? 11:40?
Yeah. I hate
A's play tonight.
They're working. Okay. I hate breaking. Yeah, it's a good point.
Oh, at 3?
Yeah, I hate we have to break at 58. Yeah, because Trysta was actually late this time. And she was funny, but we blew past the out or the transition. So we got to you really late. So it was like, well, we're gonna talk for 2 minutes and then break. So it was just like, let's just go. We'll just break at 58. Y'all ain't going nowhere, right?
If that happens, like you can just let me know and I'll just hang out until like through the break. I have nothing going on. I'm gonna write and then I'm gonna go get high.
Nice.
That's
nice.
my Friday. That's my plan on Friday.
That's good. No, that's good stuff.
It's great.
It's good stuff. Edible night at the Madson house. Let's go.
I don't know. We got some smokes out here too.
You don't like this, so you're gonna do what I do. You're gonna go smoke and go, oh, I forgot. I don't like smoking.
No, I like it fine. It's just way more convenient to do edibles.
I don't like smoking. Like I go out there, I'm out there with my Vylon or my Bumbu, and I like that cigar, and
like, I hate this.
Like, all right, like, and it's like I already did it. Like that taste is gonna be there for the next day and a half, so you just kind of ride it out.
Hey, what do you got going on here?
Where?
What on your? Is that a onesie?
Yeah. No, it's a multicolored hoodie.
Oh, okay. Hoodie. It's got big onesie vibes from up top.
No, it's a baggy hoodie for sure.
Okay. I was just making sure. I wasn't gonna, for what it's worth, no judgment if you were wearing a onesie.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm at home. I rock a onesie. A onesie and some sneakers.
Yeah. I see no problem with that.
Yeah. Works.
What was I gonna say? I was trying to see how many with Kenny, how many like internet argument cliches I could get in.
I jumped into that one at the end of the night. I was like,
dude,
that's well done.
Watch more games is a 49er fan.
I love it. I used that one on Ken today.
Oh my God.
Ken Rudolph. I was like, what did Kyle text last? Oh, I got it. You don't watch the Minnesota Timberwolves. I said something. Yeah. Watch more tape.
There was one time I said something. I said something about about it was actually about the Timberwolves. And I said something about D'Angelo Russell because D'Angelo Russell wasn't great with the Warriors. But he's having a really nice year with Minnesota. And I don't watch a ton of Timberwolves.
Mhm.
And so some guys like, you must not watch. And I was like, actually, yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't. I'm just here to do takes.
Point you? I don't like.
No,
yeah,
that's
cool.
point him. He was right. I was
No,
wrong.
that's what I meant. Like, yeah, point you.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
job.
You
buddy.
nailed it, man. You got me.
Good.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Man, Mike Brown's 52. I'm fascinated with everyone's age. Mike Brown's 52 and he hasn't coached in damn near 10 years in the league.
That's wild.
That's incredible.
He was in his 30s coaching LeBron.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. He's 52. He hasn't coached since the 2013-14 season with Cleveland.
Man.
And he got that sorry ass team to 33-49.
Mike Brown's a good coach, bro.
He really is.
I would be thrilled for the Kings if they got Mike Brown.
He really is a good coach. His playoff record: lost in conference semis, lost in NBA finals, conference semis, conference finals, conference semis, conference semis. Fired after going 61-21.
Nuts, dude. 61
right.
wins and gone.
Crazy. We're coming back.
All right. Later, fellas.
Later, buddy. Enjoy the night. That was a very fun commercial break chat over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and Facebook Live with our man Kyle Madson. Got a little uncensored. Let us into his Friday night plans, if you will. We're going to talk to James Ham at right around the top of the hour. We really just got riding, and Trysta came in, and Trysta's been riding lately, and then we went straight to Kyle, and I didn't want to cut Kyle off, so we kept riding with Kyle. At some point, we actually do have to play commercials, so we knocked a couple of those out there. We're going to step out right before the top of the hour, and then come back with James Ham. So there's no reason for you to go anywhere, man. We have got you covered, and we are going to talk a lot of Kings basketball when James joins us at the top of the hour. Of course, today, Sam Amick, Adrian Wojnarowski let us know that Mike D'Antoni, Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, Darvin Ham, Charles Lee, and Will Hardy are the names right now on the Sacramento Kings interview list. James Ham followed that up. He'll provide some detail on this. Some of this is going to be virtual. Second interviews are going to be done in person. Virtual, really, at this point, this is one of the things coming out of the pandemic. It's simply convenience.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about availability or COVID restrictions, or hell, you can get on a flight without a mask now. This is just about convenience. Keep these guys in their market. Keep them. We're talking Milwaukee, Boston, Brooklyn, Golden State. Those teams are all still playing.
Yeah, and that's why I said this stuff should have been going on this week. But if it's a week late, it's okay. That's fine. I'm glad they got to it. We couldn't go 2 weeks without any of this happening, but so they took care of it. Well, all right, Monty. All right, my guy.
Your guy. That is in fact. That is facts. I can't confirm that. Monty McNair is in fact Kenny Caraway's guy. What we got lost in is, if you were with us during that conversation with Kyle Madson, Kyle's, of course, Kyle covers the Golden State Warriors. Excuse me. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He's a fan of the Golden State Warriors, but he's really high on Mike Brown, a name that I think you and I both really like. And the one thing I think we had looked at this before, but every time I see it, it's jarring. And I'm sorry to keep harping on these coaches' ages, as I did it with Mike D'Antoni and now Mike Brown. Mike Brown's 52 years old. But what's amazing to me about that is he started coaching LeBron in 2005. And his last year in the league was 2013-14. So he's been out of the league like 8 years.
Yeah.
Like Mike Brown still got a whole, like, I know we use the term retreads and all of the, like, Mike Brown and Mike D'Antoni aren't the same to me. Maybe that's not fair, but they're not the same to me.
Okay.
He never should have gone back to Cleveland. the LA thing is weird. The LA thing makes no sense. He essentially coached a year, took the team to the playoffs, and then was fired 5 games into the season.
Wow. That's the killer. The fired 5 games into the season. I mean, we get upset about Monty McNair and Luke Walton. That is just inexcusable. To have that situation happen, and it sucks that it happened to Mike Brown. But yeah, he's been out of the game as a head coach for a long time. He's been around the game though, being an assistant in a number of different places, and I think has he been in Golden State the entire time?
Golden State since
I think he was with
I mean, yeah, it's the only team he's been with. He went right. He didn't go right after. He looks like he had basically a year off.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Brown replaced Luke Walton. On that coaching staff. Because Luke Walton took that job with the Los Angeles Lakers, so he's been there with Steve Kerr this whole time.
Yeah, I'd be more than okay with Mike Brown getting an opportunity. That'd be perfectly fine. And I do like his resume, not only what he's done as a head coach, but where he's been since not being a head coach, being in Golden State. Working with that particular system and understanding that system. He's a defensive guy as well, though. You bring him in and your defense is supposed to pick up. So Mike Brown would be cool.
And oh boy, this is a deep cut. Oh, who was the center? Zilgauskas?
Yeah.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
That was LeBron's guy, right? But he was good.
Yeah.
He was good. Like so I'm trying to draw the correlation, like a center's role in what?
I think it was an all-star. I think it was an all-star with LeBron and Mike Brown and everything.
I don't know. So, man, 66 wins, 61 wins. Those are his last 2 years with Cleveland. 41-25 that first year with the Lakers when they went to the conference semis.
You guys tune in on the stream. I'll tell you guys a story that I always remember. I'll leave it for the stream.
Oh my! Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah,
I'm anxious.
It's kind of funny. I just remember it. I'll never forget it.
Okay, I can't wait to see what this is. That's a hell of a tease. That is a hell of a tease right there. Okay. This is what we're going to do. Jesse, I'm really sorry. Put all of the heat on me. Let's break now. Let's get it over with. Let's just get the break out the way. We'll be back right before the top of the hour. James Ham will be here with us. And we'll really dive into this. So don't move. Stay put. We're coming back. We're talking Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Sorry, man. I can't do it. I can't do it.
We didn't dive into that chair shot that Damian gave De'Aaron Fox, by the way. That's crazy. Oh my God.
Hold on. I need the story. Don't change the subject. What's the story? That's the reason we went to commercial. I want the story.
So once this is just weird. So I think it was the Cavs and the Kings. I really believe it was. And I want to say it was one of those 61 seasons. Like LeBron was the dude. And they weren't playing well. Something happened. And they were close enough to the sideline where they were around some microphones. And Ilgauskas did something. And LeBron was like, hey, you got to pass that, bro. And Ilgauskas said something back to LeBron. And LeBron snapped back like, hey, who the blank you think you talking to, man? Better watch yourself around here. And then Mike Brown comes around. King, it's okay, King. It's okay, King. Chill, King. King. And I said, what is going on in Cleveland? What is going on? I'll never forget it.
That's funny.
This man can't. I was like, yo, this guy, who's really in control over here? He's calling this man King. And then why do you go crazy on Ilgauskas? Ilgauskas is like, hey, you need to pass the ball yourself. LeBron said, hey, who the blank you think you're talking to, bro?
That's funny. I
said, whoa. It's okay, King.
Who is this other dude?
Chill, King.
He had another dude. Verajao.
Yeah, very
Was it Anderson Varejao?
something like that. Yeah, Anderson Varejao took him to the World Cup. I think he decided to go back to Cleveland and then went to the World Cup with Varejao, like the next day.
Mm. Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Ugh, Spencer Hawes. Ugh. Booby Gibson.
Booby.
Sacramento's finest. Is at the Kings game.
Oh, I was like, wait, what? Booby.
Booby was at the Kings game in a
What's his name? Daniel?
Yeah. With a Mitch Richmond throwback.
Booby.
Booby Gibson.
Booby. Man.
No, that was just a damn shame. Sasha Pavlovich. I mean, remember, I think it was Iron Newble. Remember, he was a big piece in what they were trying to do. Dang, LeBron was playing with some supporting cast was Nuggets like. Booby was balling though. Like Booby was a revelation.
Shaq in Cleveland. Yeah, that's good stuff.
So one thing that I've decided to do, we can keep track of this all throughout the playoffs. Just picking the games, man. I'm picking the games every night. Done it for the last 2 nights. So far, I'm 0-6. But I'm going to improve on that record. I'm going to improve on it tonight.
Oh, this is a good Danielle Marshall. That was Eddie Winslow, wasn't it?
What?
Wasn't Danielle Marshall the one who looked exactly like Eddie Winslow?
No, I didn't think he looked like Eddie Winslow.
No?
I'm trying to think of who looked like Eddie Winslow now, though. Danielle had the braids, kind of like Skin Cat. Kind of looks like Wilson. No, not really.
Oh no, that's not who I was thinking of. Who's the dude who looked like Eddie Winslow?
You were thinking of oh man, and he played for the Spurs too, because he kind of looked like a dark-skinned Usher. Oh,
that's John Moran's dad.
John Moran. No, he just looked like Usher.
He looks exactly like Usher.
What was the shooting guard? And he played for San Antonio too. He played for San Antonio and Cleveland. Well, I'm never gonna get this. I just need to.
This is killing me.
Old
NBA player who looks like Eddie Winslow. Yo. Oh, well, Zach Randolph came up.
He does.
Zach Randolph does look like Eddie Winslow.
That is a great call by Google.
That's not who I was thinking of, but that
is a great call by Google. Spot on.
All right, this is a good enough answer for me. That's not who I was thinking of. I don't know who I was thinking of.
Oh man, I think I know who it is. I just can't remember his name. Wow.
Yes, indeed. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, going to be with us here in just a heartbeat. My man's out there working, doing some reporting. A big day here as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. I mean, not really, but kind of. I mean, it's good to have some news here on this Friday.
Got some things going on.
Yeah, and James again will join us here. Literally just a heartbeat. Yeah, he's settling into the Ham Bar Studios, and he'll get in here. We found out today through a variety of NBA reporters that Mike Brown, Mike D'Antoni, Steve Clifford, Mark Jackson, along with assistants Charles Lee, Darvin Ham, and Will Hardy, will all be interviewed for the Kings' vacant head coaching position. Steve Clifford is currently a consultant with the Brooklyn Nets. Mark Jackson, of course, we know what he's doing right now. Charles Lee and Darvin Ham are on Mike Budenholzer's staff in Milwaukee, and Will Hardy is with Ime Udoka in Boston. So lots of winning franchises right there. Mike Brown in Golden State has been for the last 6 years. So they've targeted guys on winning franchises, which is interesting. It reminds me of something James said regarding, the Kings finding winners and trying to, Davion Mitchell as a prime example, a guy who has won, bringing them here onto this organization with the attempt of changing not only the perception, but the reality of what this organization is. And it appears that's also a target of Monty McNair as it pertains to head coaches.
It seems like, in my opinion, Mike D'Antoni scares you the most. Maybe
Correct.
Mike Jackson or Mark Jackson.
Correct. That's correct. I don't like Mark Jackson for different reasons. I don't like the hire of Mark Jackson for different reasons. Mike D'Antoni and I mean, Kyle brought up a really good point too. Even if you put all of that other stuff aside, Mark Jackson kind of like, there's no history to prove this. Mark Jackson, I get strong Tom Thibodeau vibes from him. Like, okay, he's going to come in. Maybe he's going to build something. But he's going to burn his welcome out. And it may not be with me and you. It might not be with the Kings fans listening and watching. It's going to be with Monty, or it's going to be with Vivek, or it's going to be. I mean, fam, if Dave Yeager frustrated people here, the hell you think Mark Jackson is going to do?
Hey, he's Jim Harbaugh. Shout out to Jim.
Could very well be that. Pro Jim Harbaugh.
Pro Jim Harbaugh. Because
I think he might have pissed off Michigan too. There's just nothing Michigan can do about it.
Yeah,
there ain't nothing Michigan can do about it.
Yeah, but college has been around there about 6-7 years now.
But your assessment is accurate. Yeah. But Mike D'Antoni is the one. I mean, just even as I look at this, Mike D'Antoni is the one. He almost feels like the odd man out. I mean, Steve Clifford to a certain degree too. Steve Clifford Steve. I don't even look at Steve Clifford in the same vein as Mike D'Antoni. Mike D'Antoni is the one that I just, honest to God, I don't understand.
Well.
It's not a knock on his resume, and it's absolutely not a knock on what he's done in the league. It's just,
I mean, that one, when you talk about not understanding, maybe it's just as simple as Monty's got the relationship. He's
sure
really admired what he did in Houston, and wants to see if he's interested in coming back and doing it here in Sacramento. I wonder how this isn't. I understand everything that you're saying. I wonder how people felt about. Do you remember how they felt about Rick Adelman?
No.
Because I think he had gotten fired from Portland, and then from what I can remember, he had a bad time in Golden State. It was like 2 years or something like that.
Yeah, I remember the Golden State thing. I think he talked to us about that when he came on the show following his Hall of Fame induction. I don't remember the vibe. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Hey, I found your guy. I knew. Okay. I think I found your guy.
So I made a remark during the commercial break that LeBron played with someone who looked like Eddie Winslow, and I Googled it, and Zach Randolph popped up, and it's like, okay, that's spot on, but it's not who I was thinking of.
Were you thinking of former Spurs and Cavs guard Devin Brown?
Oh, I don't know. I may have been, because
it was Devin Brown.
As long as he played. Yep, that's who I was thinking of. There he is right there. That's exactly who I was thinking of. As we welcome in 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. James, I see you working hard today. Let's dive right into it. We'll treat it like a game show. Most intriguing name on this list to you?
Will Hardy.
Aha! I like it. Least intriguing.
Mark Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, Mark Jackson. Mike D'Antoni, because I mean, he would be a lot of fun, but like this isn't about one season. It's not about 2 seasons. And you have to be, you got to plan for the future.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's an interesting list. I think it's a really interesting list.
Why does Will Hardy stand out to you?
Number one, because he's not a name that has been thrown out there a bunch that everyone is like seeing all the time. Even if you look at the guys like Charles Lee and Darvin Ham, those are guys that like have been in line or have been mentioned related to this job over the last, I don't know, like couple of weeks, but also they're guys that were being interviewed last year for head coaching jobs. Will Hardy, number one, he's 34. So he's the youngest of the group. Charles Lee is, I think, 47. I mean, at 37. Darvin Ham is 47, 48. Some of these guys are around that age. But 34, spent 11 seasons in the Spurs organization, working his way up from a video coordinator to an assistant coach. Spent 5 years as an assistant, left with Ime Udoka to be his lead assistant in Boston. Some of that stuff reminds me a little bit of Eric Spoelstra. And he's a guy that, I'm intrigued. Like, the problem is when you have young guys or you have assistants, is there is no track record.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have a track record for these guys, then, you're kind of speculating, and you're going to have an interview process and see how they work out. And then once you get through the interview process, you're going to see, whether you like them or not, whether they really are someone that stands out to you that you want to build your franchise around. And so I think, hopefully they have the right people interviewing. That would be a good start. But I think this is going to be a fun process.
One of the names that wasn't mentioned in that list was a name that was mentioned initially, and that's Kenny Atkinson. Is that just, what do you think about that? Is that a situation where maybe the Kings, scratched him off the list, or maybe Kenny Atkinson said no, or, some of the reports were that's what the list is for now. It still could be Kenny Atkinson moving forward.
Okay, so I've been on the phone since I don't know when this whole thing started to break, and just from what I know, the Kings had a list. Kenny Atkinson was initially on that list. They whittled the list down. They did their due diligence on every single one of these players, every single one of these coaches, and at the end of the day, this is a 7 that they're moving forward with. So this was the list that they felt comfortable moving forward with, whatever that means, whether there was something that they didn't love, or there was some conversation that they had that like made them go a different way. But Kenny Atkinson, from what I know, just, realistically, he didn't make the 7-man list. And that's probably, when you see lists that are out there, a lot of these are fan lists. A lot of them are, some rumors and innuendos. But at the end of the day, Monty has a lot riding on this. Wes Wilcox has a lot riding on this. They went with a list that they felt comfortable moving forward with. The plan is for this list to get whittled down to maybe 2 or 4 candidates that will come in after Zoom interviews. So we'll start with Zoom interviews next week. We'll whittle the list down to 2 to 4 people. Maybe 5 if something crazy happens. Some of these guys are still in the playoffs, and so the Kings might have to travel to them, but the hope is to get some of these guys in the door and actually show them around and, give them the 5-star treatment and figure out what it is that is happening here in Sacramento. I also know that while this list is the list of available coaches right now, we saw this morning that James Borrego became available. There's potential for 1 or 2 other coaches.
Quinn Snyder.
Yeah, there is a soft out here if there is someone that becomes available, and this list adjusts. That the Kings would, be able to maybe expand and get someone else in here, at least an interview with somebody if they can. I think we've got a pretty solid list, And this is a list of the people that they think, as of right now, they're ready to move forward with. People who aren't on this list, either A, have a job or, could become available. But so this is the list that they are moving forward with. And again, Kenny Atkinson isn't on that list.
Mm. Yeah, it's so what James is saying is it's going to be Dave Yeager all over again. Monty McNair is going to go through all of these interviews. Utah Jazz are going to be eliminated. Quinn Snyder is going to walk right in and become the next Sacramento Kings head coach.
Monty's going to say, never again.
Yeah. Like, look, I've talked about Quinn Snyder for years. He's a leader of men. He's someone that gets 100% buy-in from his players. We're seeing that wane now.
Feels like that percentage is starting to drop, especially after last night's game.
Yeah, but we're seeing that like it's taken this much time for that to drop, and I think again that Charlotte job is gonna be an intriguing job for certain people. Mm-hmm. The Lakers job is gonna be an intriguing job for probably a different group of people. All of these jobs are different in their own way, but when you're looking at the Kings job specifically, I think that you got a couple of things going for you. Number one, cap flexibility going forward. Number two, Sabonis and Fox. Number three, draft picks. Number four, like some reasonably good players that will be back no matter what, that you can build around. So I think that there's potential here there. And I think the biggest thing with Sacramento, it's the same thing that, Monty McNair has said. It's the same thing that De'Aaron Fox said. The same thing that Sabonis said. If you are the guy that fixes it and gets it on the right path and wins and gets the playoffs, you will be revered here. And that's something that I think is a point of sale. Like when you're telling somebody about the job, you have to understand that is a huge thing. If you can be the guy who snapped a 16-year drought, you're going to have a lot of cachet in this city, but also a lot of cachet around the league going forward.
And that bar is relatively low. Like when you talk about the other jobs that would be available, the Lakers, the Hornets, we're throwing Utah in there, maybe prematurely, but we're throwing them in there. Of those, spots, you're expected to do more than just make the playoffs or the play-in, or there's no streak to play. You talk about the Lakers, we talk about championships. We talk about the Hornets, we're talking about possibly getting a team to our Eastern Conference Finals. What you said, which is 100% correct, if you get a playoff berth here as a head coach, like that's you're verified, you're certified out here, and that's, you would think, a low bar to reach. Like all I got to do is make the playoffs, and I'll probably get an extension. What? You know what I'm saying? Like that would be appealing to some of these coaches, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think it's hugely appealing. And, I think if you're a head coach and you're looking around and, you see an aging Lakers roster with year one, the potential to be great is very, very, like you're walking a slim line there for the Lakers team to be good next year. Sure, you got LeBron, but what does he turn, like 37, 38? That he
might only have him for a year too.
Yeah, because he's going to want to go play for with his son the next year. So you put yourself in a situation where, is Anthony Davis going to be the guy that can carry you forward for years? And, look, I think that the Sacramento job, well, it's not the glitz and the glamour of the Lakers job. I think the Charlotte job is probably even more appealing than the Sacramento job. It's just whether you want to live in Charlotte and all that stuff. But because in Charlotte,
not a bad city.
Well, it's not a bad city, but you're really a second. You play second fiddle, third fiddle to the college game there. And so it's not like Sacramento where you're the only game in town and the focus is on you and the fan base is all there for you. But still, there's a lot of talent on that team. And so, I would think that job would probably be a little bit higher than the Sacramento job. The Utah job is going to be interesting because it looked like it could be a complete teardown. Like the way that things are imploding and the way that your stars are like not playing well together and don't appear to want to be there or play together again, that's a problem. And so again, I think that job is one that you kind of look at and go, okay, is that a great job? I don't know. Is this a complete reboot? Probably. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Sacramento job is a good one. And if you push forward fast enough, again, I think their time frame is next week is Zoom calls. Whittle it down to 2 to 4 people. And once you get that 2 to 4 people, you're going to do in-person interviews, whether that's, in a place like Milwaukee or Boston, or you can get someone here on an off day. So that's going to be the next step. And then from there, we're looking at earlier a coach in here relatively quick.
Your internet stream is not cooperating with us today. No, I was trying to ignore it, but it's no, we're good. Your internet stream, I believe, is the Mike D'Antoni of internet streams right now. Like it's been reliable for a long time, but at this point, like, it feels like it could be rocky. I got to stop taking shots at Mike D'Antoni, by the way. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. But the 3 would-be first-time head coaches are the names I like the most and the most intrigued by, with one exception, and that's Mike Brown. Just looking at Mike Brown's resume and what he did in Cleveland and what he was able to even do that year in Los Angeles, and I wish he had not gone back to Cleveland. He spent the last 6 years in Golden State. He's still young. I think Mike Brown would be a hell of a coach here.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by Mike Brown, but I also saw that what he looked like without LeBron. And I don't think that's really fair to judge somebody on how you look with, I mean, because remember the stat was LeBron James, and this is when franchises weren't worth all that much money, not like they are today, but, when a franchise was worth about $800 million, that losing LeBron James had a $100 million plus impact on the franchise valuation. So you can't just say that, like, when you lose LeBron James, you lose the best player in the game and he goes away, you're going to be bad. Like, there's no way around it. So I just think that, like, when you look at some of the other stops, that they just weren't, like, super impressive. And he spent the last 6 years working on Steve Kerr's staff, right? And I think you can gain some incredible experience with that. But here's the big giant, like, thing that I'll put in there. If you look at, like, his win-loss record with the Warriors, you're playing with a great team. Like, you're coaching a great team, and again, like, you look at Mike Budenholzer's like tenure in Milwaukee and these guys that are under Budenholzer, like, that, it's great, right? But Sacramento Kings don't have Giannis Antetokounmpo. So, like, what are you coaching? Are you going to be coaching the same type of player? What I want is a guy who has a system that can put in place, that gets players to play for him hard, that gets 100% buy-in. That's the guy who walks in the room and captures your imagination and goes, okay, like, this is the guy. I will follow this guy. Even as a general manager, I will follow this guy. We're going to go to war with this guy, because that's a feeling you get from the interview. I'm hoping that the Kings have, will find that guy on this list. And whether, again, it's D'Antoni, which is, again, it's just, I really like what Mike D'Antoni's done throughout his career. It's a blast to watch. The Kings aren't a franchise that needs to worry about, can he get you over the hump and to a championship? No, they got to get you to the playoffs before you worry about something like that.
Get you to the hump.
Yeah, like the hump is like it's like Mount Everest. It's the hump in Sacramento. And so, like, D'Antoni can get you there. My concern is, again, like, I don't want to be like an ageist guy, but he's almost 71 years old.
Right.
I mean, May 8th, he turned 71 years old. I looked it up when I was doing my post, and I'm like, okay, that's tough. Like, you need to bring on assistants that are going to be there for it. And, like, I've always enjoyed interviewing Mike D'Antoni. I even one time, Riccardo Pertizzi is a Italian writer. He worked for NBA Italy for a long time, and, like, Sky and like huge newspapers. Anyway, like one time he said he came up to me. He was here to cover Marco Bellinelli, and then Bellinelli left, and he stuck around because he could cover Warriors and Kings. And he said, "Hey, I need someone to run my camera today. I got a one-on-one with Mike D'Antoni." And I'm like, "Okay, that's fine with me." So he set up his camera. He goes, all you have to do is like make sure the focus is there and just hit the play button and just make sure nothing goes wrong. I'm like, okay. Watching a full-fledged Italian interview where you have no idea what's being said by either person, because people forget Mike D'Antoni was a superstar in Italy. He left the NBA game. He went to Italy, was a superstar. He lived in Italy forever. He speaks Italian fluently. And like watching that interview was just, it also gave you a different point of view on D'Antoni, because like there's one way that he speaks to American media, and then to watch him feel really comfortable with somebody and speak Italian was totally different. And it was a one-on-one, it was different. So again, like I have no idea what they said, but you can read the body language and stuff. And so like, look, I'm intrigued. The guy's been nothing but brilliant at the NBA level. He wears himself out, and he wears himself out of situations pretty quick. But still, he superstar coach.
Yeah. Now, and the other thing about this, and I'm just asking the question, just to broadcast around. Damian, don't leave. No, don't do this, Damian. Don't do this. Okay. Don't leave. I know everybody is like the Kings are terrible on defense, and we need a guy that focuses on defense. And my retort to that is always, you can get a guy that focuses on defense all you want. If you don't have players that can execute what he's doing, it's not going to matter. So this is kind of where D'Antoni comes in, or maybe somebody else. The idea of kind of doubling down on what you do. You have the ability to have like a really, really good offense. Like you had a shooter to this team with Fox's quickness, what Sabonis can do passing. You could have, I don't want to get crazy, but like top end type of offense with this team. What do you think about the prospect of just kind of going all in on that? That would be like a D'Antoni thing. Like, hey, defense, we don't have the personnel for that anyway. Let's be the absolute best offensive team we could be.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to have great defensive players if you hope to have a great defense. I mean, you can have solid defensive players and a good scheme, and you can scheme your way through quite a few things. I mean, that's kind of like the golden age of Kings basketball. They schemed their way through with guys like Elston Turner, T.R. Dunn, like working defensive sets. And I think we're seeing that with Minnesota, with Elston Turner in Minnesota. Like he's figured out a way to get a whole group of bad defensive players to buy in and, have.
Nope.
Mm.
Finally quit. Finally over.
Hush, little baby, don't you cry.
All right, R.I.P. James Ham's internet. Man, what a day. On a big day. You see, before he got here, he was working on the Kings beat. He was getting the newsletter out to all the subscribers, putting that work in, probably preparing for a pod with Brendan Nunez. James beat his internet down today, and this is the result. This is the result of what happens when we have breaking Kings news and we have James on in the final hour of the show versus when the breaking news happens.
Well,
and I'm just going to leave that frozen. I'm going to leave that. He'll be back, but I'm going to leave that frozen picture of James Ham up there. Honestly, it's in memory of James for those that are watching on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook. It's RIP to James Ham. We'll leave that picture up. Oh, we lost him. Oh.
James, much like D'Antoni, he wore out his internet.
That's what he did. That's what he did. Or perhaps, like Mike D'Antoni, his internet is 70, and his internet had a good run. And maybe we just need to upgrade his damn internet. That's all I'm saying about Mike D'Antoni. He's had a great run. I don't know.
Nah, and I want to reiterate. I don't think it'll be Mike D'Antoni. I think they're doing their due diligence. I do. I think this is part of it. You got a relationship with D'Antoni.
Also,
you talk to him. Some of these interviews as well. Sorry, Damien. Some of these interviews are to maybe get an outside perspective of your organization, and almost like not crowdsourcing, but coach sourcing. league sourcing.
Sure.
Like what's going on? Like D'Antoni, like what would you do? What you could be not tricking them, but like what would you do to fix the Sacramento Kings? And you have no intentions of hiring them, but you want to pick his brain.
Well, coaches sniff that stuff out though. Like I don't think they do that. I think they'll have honest discussions, but I just thought of this a moment ago because Kyle said it regarding Mark Jackson. Yeah, I don't know if Mark is going to be your coach, in 3 years for completely different reasons. How long is Mike D'Antoni going to be your coach?
No.
Again, we're talking as if it's down to Mike D'Antoni and one other guy. We're just trying to go over the different names on the list, and Mike D'Antoni is obviously one of those. James is getting reconnected. We can sort of see him now. So we'll step out. We'll come back. When we return, James Ham will, in fact, be with us. There he is. We'll be back with more from our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right. We were due for a break. We'll just get it out the way. We'll come back and we'll all be.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I have no idea.
That's all right. It looks like mine's having trouble now. So.
Yeah, I had to jump off and do all just start closing windows and everything else.
You working hard, Ham?
Once again,
working hard.
AT&T. Little baby, don't you cry.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That commercial is rather humorous.
Jesus.
The poor kid.
I think we're all having internet troubles.
Oh, we're on break. I'm gonna duck out, and I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go. I don't know what you just said, but go ahead and do it. Okay. You gonna duck out? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm gonna reboot.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Verizon. Yeah, Verizon's been having some troubles.
Yeah, I heard the other day, like they were down for hours. Like people,
I think they were down for damn near a day. Like you'd call someone on Verizon and like you'd get like a call failed notice. They get text.
Crazy.
Couldn't call.
But they couldn't call. Who?
Yeah, I know. Thank goodness.
I called somebody yesterday, and it was the weirdest thing, right? Because I called them, and I usually would text, right? But as I was calling them, I was thinking like, probably seeing me call, like, why is this dude calling me? Like, and that's like where we're at is, in cell phone use and phone use and stuff like that. It feels awkward to call somebody on the phone. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's got to be like super serious to call somebody. I think a FaceTime is even before just a telephone call.
Yeah.
True
story.
No, good, Ramsey. That's good to know.
Yeah. What's the scoreboard? Okay.
Same score.
222 to 8. Back from the dead on Easter Sunday. James Ham.
We might have to go Fedora Ham and try to fix this thing. Jesus.
Well, you sound great now. You
Yeah.
look great. We'll see how long it lasts. I got the little rainbow a minute ago, so we'll see what happens.
Something was bogging. I don't know what it was. It's yeah. It asked me if I'd like to restart my 46 tabs. 26 tabs, and I said yes. So
I'm sure it'll go smoothly.
All right.
It'll go smoothly. Hey, Casey, did you hear anything about this weekend?
Big Mike hit me up and he's like, I'm still, I ain't forgot about you guys.
Okay.
That was right.
Okay. Yeah, I won't say the other part of the message that he sent me on the stream, but
yeah, I think he told me.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I think it's supposed to start today.
Not anymore.
Oh, it didn't. They didn't do it at all.
No. Went from 3 to 2 to perhaps not at all. Big facts. Big facts. Processor's probably struggling there, Hammer.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
James, do you remember Devin Brown?
Yeah.
Shooting guard for the Spurs. Well, he played for a few, but Spurs and Cavs are what we're talking about.
Okay.
Damian said he looked like Eddie Winslow, and he did. I thought he looked like Usher too.
Ja Morant's dad is Usher. It's the only.
I just want to get your attention. Hey, girl.
All right, we're coming back, guys. Pray for James's internet. All right, we're back here. James Ham is in full force. He closed 46 of his 47 open tabs. Did a little reboot here. He's got the Kings Beat newsletter out to the world. And we are here to talk Kings basketball. I'm sure there's going to be a podcast recorded with Brandon Nunez here pretty soon. Make sure you subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast, wherever you get podcasts from, the Kings Beat newsletter over at thekingsbeat.com. And, of course, the news today is that the first look at the Sacramento Kings list has come out. James, you did say there could be some wiggle room to this list if perhaps a coach who is in the playoffs right now gets eliminated from the playoffs and suddenly finds himself without a job. Maybe Sacramento gives that particular coach a call and they come in. But right now it appears to be Mike D'Antoni, Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, along with Milwaukee assistants Darvin Ham and Charles Lee, and Boston's assistant Will Hardy. I don't remember. We were talking Mike Brown. Kenny was teeing up the system. I believe we were talking about Mike Brown and Mike D'Antoni. I don't remember exactly where we were when your internet went haywire on us. So we can move on to another candidate that I don't particularly love, that I actually don't think will fit. And I'd argue it might be the only one out of all of these that I'd go, I think this is going to be a disaster. Steve Clifford.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for Steve Clifford because he really never got a shot with a good team, So we talk about some of these guys who, how do you judge somebody who has, like in Atlanta had 5 All-Stars and did really well, and Mike Budenholzer, how do you judge him? And then he goes to, and all of a sudden he's got Giannis and, the development stuff like that, all that's good, and Chris Middleton and all. So like it's really hard to judge somebody like really negatively when they've had like all of these really good players. I mean, Phil Jackson won how many rings, and how many rings did he win without Michael and Scotty or Kobe and Shaq or Kobe and Pau? Like, he won a lot of championships, but he also had a minimum of 2 Hall of Famers on his team at all times, right? So there are certain coaches who make Hall of Famers. There are certain coaches who, inherit Hall of Famers. I think Tim Duncan would have been a Hall of Famer regardless of whether he went to the Spurs or not. But I can tell you that guys like Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker may not have been Hall of Famers, and they are Hall of Famers now, or they will be. Ginobili's in, and Parker will be in, because they went to a system and a place that's the right place. I think if you're the Kings, you need to find that. And I think that's why you're looking at guys who came from the Spurs or are part of the deep-rooted Greg Popovich coaching tree. So, again, I would like to be really hard on Steve Clifford, but let's just go back and look at the talent on the teams he was on. And, is the talent any different here that he's going to take over? So he didn't prove that he could be a difference maker with marginal talent. Would he be able to do that the next time? And I'm going to guess the answer is probably no.
And I didn't mean that in an X's and O's fashion or that he can't be a good coach. I mean, Steve Clifford has a very, very, very strong personality. And I think you used the example one time because we hear this stupid thing about the Jazz and the marching band. Well, we've used the word structure with De'Aaron Fox, right? Oh, you want structure? Cool. Meet your new head coach, Steve Clifford. You want his structure, you're going to get it. Steve Clifford might have a curfew Like you might have to be back in your room at 9 p.m. if Steve Clifford is the coach. Like he ain't about that mess, which in some ways is a good thing in NBA today. Like there's probably got to be a little leeway in that sense. Steve Clifford's he's a tough coach.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility that he's learned from his mistakes, right? I think that's what it's funny. Eric Musselman coached the Golden State Warriors. It didn't go well. And he realized that he was too strict and all of these things. And he was very young. When he got a second go around, he tried to take things a different way. And he took things too far and then ended up getting himself in trouble and fired in Sacramento. I think he's learned from both of those situations and gone on to become just an exceptional college basketball coach. It's a different lifestyle, all that stuff. So I think coaches can learn, and they can come back different. We talked about this with Dave Yeager, where Dave Yeager, like him and Ron Tillery, like wanted to fight every single pre and post game interview. And then that wasn't, when he got to Sacramento, he had moments with some media members, but overall he had learned that if you burn bridges outside, if you burn bridges with the media, they'll burn you down. And so it's not hard to see where someone could learn, but I'm not sure that Steve Clifford is going to be willing to take that step. And I think, like, again, you have like a guy who is not known as like a quote unquote players coach, and then a guy like Mike Brown, who I think probably is a players coach. I think you need to find somewhere happy in the middle, and you got to see if you can find that guy. And, I think D'Antoni requires a lot of, he's a demanding coach as well. But, everyone's got their different style. You just hope that they continuously evolve in their coaching style. And I think the good thing about, again, some of these assistants, they spent so much time learning systems from guys who are successful. So, again, if you're going to be on Mike Budenholzer's staff for 8 or 9 years, I think Charles Lee is 8 years and Darvin Ham is 9 years. You learn not just X's and O's. You learn about how to run a system, about how to build a culture, about how to, design something that is sustainable and works. And that's why they're on this list. And if you look at Mike Budenholzer before that, he spent 17 years as an assistant on the Spurs staff before he took his first head coaching job. And so you don't just glean these things in 1 or 2 years, say, oh, I was on so-and-so staff for a year, and then next thing you know, you're ready to roll. That, again, if we talk about, the young guy on this, Will Hardy, like he spent 11 years with the Spurs. And then when he did go to the Boston Celtics, it was to take on a higher responsibility job with another Spurs assistant. Mm-hmm. That's what you did. He went to support his guy in Emi Udoka in Boston and get a new experience, because you can't just be, I guess you can't just be a guy who worked 17 years for one spot and then find success in your first one like Budenholzer does. That's like so rare for that to happen. So you do need other experiences. And again, Hardy is a guy that I like circle and like, ooh, I'm really intrigued, because he was supposed to be the heir apparent to Popovich. And if he was that highly regarded there, and again, eventually you take your opportunities, and if Popovich doesn't want to step away, you're not going to push him out, but and eventually you got to go make your own path. He's a guy that I think is really intriguing for me.
Man, good stuff, man. Do you think that Monty and this team is looking for potentially somebody that the team can grow with the coach, where like you talk about Will Hardy and you compare that to Steve Clifford or, Mike D'Antoni or something, or maybe even Mike Brown. Mike Brown's a little younger than those guys, but maybe they want somebody like a Will Hardy, like Darvin Ham and the assistants, where they can say, hey, we want this team to grow with this coach. And we think it can happen relatively fast. This isn't like a long project, but we want this guy to be here 6, 7, 8 years. And Fox and Sabonis and Davion, they all grow together. almost like what you have a little bit in the Golden State, where, I know Mark Jackson did his thing, but essentially Curry and Draymond and Klay Thompson all grew with Steve Kerr at that time.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many different ways to figure this thing out, to get to the league and to find success. I would say the trend right now is not to go with the quote unquote retreads, because we're seeing so much success from guys like Chris Finch and guys like Taylor Jenkins. We're seeing like instant success where the modern young coach coming into the league has so many more tools at his disposal than coaches from years past. It was like, like when Jerry Reynolds started with the Kings, it was like Phil Johnson and him. That was it. Like, you didn't have like 6 assistants and 4 developmental guys and then a head of developmental. Like, there weren't all of these people all around. So like the modern assistant, I think, part of it is that there's so many tools available to people at such a young age. I mean, there are guys that I started blogging with, in 2010, but even before that, 2006, 7, 8, that like ended up in front offices because they were able to get a synergy account and start breaking down basketball at such a high level. And we're just seeing it's everyone has the ability to go watch and clip video now. And I think it starts, guys who start in the film room, they look at the game a different way and they build themselves up. So I think going with a young guy is probably something that is the most intriguing to me. It also has a recipe for disaster. You get someone in that just is too young for the job and doesn't get it and doesn't either put in the work or doesn't understand all the nuances of what it is to be a head coach. Even like talking to Doug Christie, and Doug again isn't on this list, and I don't think he will be on this list. But I've talked to Doug after the season, and he had taken notes, like tedious notes all the time about the process all season long. And he said, I don't even have time to process any of this. I just have to take notes, and then I'm going to have to go back and I'm going to have to start letting my brain process all this information, because when you're in it and you figure out that you're not so much an assistant coach as you are a guy with a fire extinguisher running around trying to put out a fire that keeps popping up all over. And, 17 games into a season, you got a new head coach and you're learning. And not only did you lose an assistant coach in that because Alvin moves up, COVID, there's all these things, right? So you got to have some experience in this. And that's why, every single one of these guys, they've been, even, Will Hardy has been an assistant for 5 years, 6 years now. He's seen a lot and a lot of success at one point, but then also a lot of not really successful seasons in San Antonio where you're grinding because you don't have the talent to compete. And then you go to Boston, you're getting a new experience where Ime Udoka was on the ropes early on and it was a disaster, and he pulls out of it and he figures out a way to, again, get everyone to buy in, and everyone's pulling together, and all of a sudden they could be the team to beat. They could be the team that ends up winning this whole thing. And it's with a first-year head coach that figured it out middle of the season. So I think there is a lot of coaches right now that are, they're getting to the league in different paths. And again, you look at Darvin Ham and Charles Lee, 2 guys who have been on the same staff for 8 years together. Both of them took completely different paths to the league. Darvin Ham was a guy who worked his way into the league as like a high-flying, crazy hustle player. Where, Charles Lee went to Europe and played in Europe and came back and, has found his way into onto a coaching staff and built himself up in a different way. So I don't think there is any pure one way to do everything. But I do think that finding guys who have been in systems that are structured right and they can bring that to you and your franchise is a good thing.
James, I don't want to focus too much on, I'm glad you brought up Doug Christie, because that was something that came up in an earlier conversation as well. And, there's obviously been a lot of talk about Kenny Atkinson, because he was a name that we heard a little bit about earlier and earlier in the process. And you explained why you believe he's not on this one. And a name that Kenny and I failed to mention, but you didn't in the Kings Beat newsletter, is Terry Stotts.
Yeah.
Terry Stotts, a name not on this list that it's funny. It surprises me he's not on the list, but at the same time, when the list came out, I didn't immediately think of Terry Stotts until I looked here at the Kings Beat newsletter. Why do you think he was left off of this list, or why he's not a part of this search?
It's a good question. To be honest with you, I asked a lot of questions when I was doing my due diligence before I jumped on the radio. And that's one that I forgot to ask about, like very specifically. But it's, Terry Stotts, it's very possible that he wasn't interested,
Sure.
or that the system, the lack of defense in Portland was an issue. I think Terry Stotts would be an exceptional head coach. He's a guy who comes across just one way, but I think behind the scenes is completely different. He is more of a player's coach. He is a guy, like, when he wears his funny suits and stuff, it's like, holy cow, man. He's got a great sense of humor. I like Terry Stotts. I always enjoyed covering Terry Stotts. Like, when you go and you have conversations with guys, you do glean a lot from it. The way that they handle people, the way that they are, whether they're respectful about questions or not. If someone asks a question that doesn't really make any sense, some coaches will just like blow you up or ignore you, or some coaches will take the question, think about it in their head about what you were trying to ask, and say, you know what, I think you're trying to ask this, and I'll answer it that way. I think Terry Stotts is a thoughtful guy, and he's very successful, and I was slightly surprised too, and that's why I added his name, because when you're going through it, you're like, man, there's one or two that I'm missing here that should have been on this list. And if the first one that popped up was Atkinson, but then the second one was clearly Stotts, where you're like, okay, that is a strange omission. But again, it could just
he could be tired too. You've been in the league a long time.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be that he's made enough money he doesn't need to do it and doesn't want the stress of it. It could be that he just has no interest in the Sacramento job. That he's seen what's happened here, or that he had.
I can't imagine. Wow.
Yeah, or that he had a friend that went through the Sacramento situation and like told them, it's probably not the best situation for you. Or it could be that he's already had conversations with teams like the Lakers, or he's looking at the Charlotte job and already has like, or the Utah job, if it becomes available, again, that might be a situation that makes sense for a guy like that. And so I think there are a lot of reasons why guys aren't on this list, but we can focus on the seven coaches that are on the list, and have like pretty good conversations about it, because there's a lot of diversity.
Terry knows first round playoff exits aren't going to get it done here in Sacramento.
We don't stand for that.
We don't. That's right. We very literally don't stand for first round playoff exits.
It's, the funny thing that you say, because we forget about the human element of it, right? And when you just said Terry Stotts might just be tired and not want to do it. Like, he's been in the league for a long time. He's been a lifer. I remember I was listening to something about Buster Posey, right? And they were like, yeah, Buster Posey, they wanted him to be at opening day, but he says he's going to Disney World with his kids or something like that. And then somebody was like, yeah, this is like the first spring since he was like 6 where he hasn't had something to do. And like, you forget about that. Terry Stotts, this might be the first time, in 20, 30 plus years, he hasn't had to worry about training camp or, scouting or anything. I could just watch these games, maybe enjoying it. That's a great point by you, Damien, that you forget there's also a human element thing to all these guys as well.
Yeah, for the last 12 years, I haven't been able to go on, our kids have October break and then they have spring break. Yeah. Like, I can't leave. And I can't, we have friends who go to Mexico all the time, and like, hey, we want to go the last week of June. I'm like, yeah, that ain't happening. That's a draft. And well, what about the first week of July, first 2 weeks? I'm like, nope. I got till July 10th when the NBA moratorium ends. If you can go like the third week in July, I'm good to go. But then, that's when the weather changes. And like there's always things that you're trapped into a schedule. And if you've made a bunch of money as a head coach in the league for 8 years in Portland, I don't know, I like conservatively, what, 30 million? That's like super conservatively. Like maybe he just doesn't want to do it, or he's comfortable where he's at, or he's finding somewhere that already he's deeper in the conversation with and is more interested in.
Sports media vacations are in August, by the way. That's where we take them right before the NFL season starts. Maybe a little training camp, like no NBA yet. We get in, we get out, and then we hunker down for the next.
We get a Christmas break, like in school. Like,
yeah, but if you have kids, your kids go back to school like the second week of August, and you got to fit things in.
I don't have that problem.
Yeah.
No. Like you talk about Christmas break. Did y'all notice when Christmas is this year?
What, Saturday?
Yeah.
Why do
Saturday is like Sunday.
That should be illegal.
Like Christmas Eve is Saturday, Christmas Day is Sunday. That's back-to-back 5-day work weeks.
We're leaving on Friday. See you Monday.
Yeah, we're going on Christmas break here on Friday. We'll see you guys Monday.
Oh man, that should be illegal.
Oh, world.
I like that. That reminds me of the time, not the time, but in 2020 when all the holidays, like the fun holidays, were lined up. We're like, oh, 2020 is gonna be crazy.
Oh,
4th of July's on a Saturday, Halloween's on a Saturday. It's gonna be crazy, and we got to experience none of it.
We made it till March 11th. We made it till March 11th. Hey, one more thing, James, non-coaching related. We talked about it with Bobby Marks earlier, and we've talked about this on a number of occasions. But the Domantas Sabonis extension and how important the hire is, how important the next this offseason is, where the Kings almost like Domantas Sabonis almost certainly won't sign that extension because of the amount of money that he can make, so much more money as a free agent. So the Kings are really going to have to put him in a great situation to where he's going to be able to do what he wants to, but he's going to want to sign here because there's no advantage to him to sign an extension. In fact, there's a massive disadvantage to sign an extension when the Kings are able to offer it.
Yeah, I haven't done the numbers yet. What did Bobby say the numbers?
I think
were?
We had it earlier. I think I think it was like 15.
Yeah.
It was a substantial amount of money. It was like $15 million difference.
Okay, a $15 million difference. Okay, so I get that, and normally with most players, I would say like it's a huge deal. But we're not talking about $15 million a year, right? Or was it?
No, I think it was 15 a year.
Yeah,
because they
$200 million deal on the free.
Okay, yeah. So he can only sign for a certain amount over the cap. Yeah, I'll have to go do the salary cap analysis on it. And I to be honest, I hadn't dug into it because it's so far off in the distance.
Yeah.
But yeah, that makes sense. And that's where like Bobby Marks and why am I drawing a blank? The CBA guru, Larry Kuhn. That's where those guys really come in. They do great work, and I love the salary cap and I love digging into it, but I usually dig into it at specific times for specific reasons, which is free agency's coming or extensions are coming and we got to get closer to it. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. You have to get this right, and you need to make sure, again, he wants to be part of the conversation. I would at least listen to him. I did hear very distinctly that at the end of the day that, Monty McNair is going to make his decision, and he doesn't want to put players in awkward positions where, you could hurt feelings or something like that, or they give a big giant thumbs up to somebody and then they take the blame for it down the road and stuff like that.
Well, if you want more Kings talk, you got to head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Have a great weekend. First pour, McQueen and the Violet Fog. Right now, we'll see you Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Bucks.
That's a wrap.
We got to get back in this thing.
You and your randomness. Jeez, go Bucks.
Random
teams I'm going for from night to night.
God, this is clearly the playoffs that are like, people want to put an asterisk on it because of all the injuries. It's like, hey man, that's part of the game. Like, if you don't got the depth.
If we had playoff games every other day in a bubble without an asterisk, we sure as hell don't have them on this one.
Yeah,
we can't pick and choose when injuries are a big deal.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Yeah, this is crazy. So again, we're seeing Embiid tore ligament, it's thumb or something.
Yeah, and it's thumb.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, because we're just hanging out talking shit right now, Deuce and Mo, they're doing a stream at 4:00. So if y'all want to catch that, they got a stream at 4:00 that y'all can go check out. I'm sure they got the sultry music playing right now.
Oh,
and that's good for Twitch too, by the way. If you're on Twitch, YouTube, whatever you're on, you can go check out their show.
sweet. Yeah.
I like these names, those James, and I've heard Will Hardy's name a couple of times, so that one excites me a little bit. I like the list overall.
I do too. He's the guy that like really stands out. I think you're really torn. This list has 4 veteran coaches, and 3 guys that are waiting to get their opportunity, and the Kings need to decide if they're going to feel comfortable with going, young, or if they're going to look at a short term, let's get this thing into the playoffs and let's not worry about the future. I mean, some of these coaches, like again, Mike Brown can coach in Sacramento for 15 years if things worked out, whatever. But some of these young coaches, I mean, the way that they're handling themselves in the league is just totally different.
And the one interesting thing that I think about, maybe it doesn't make a difference at all, but they seem to have the right guys that, how do I put it, wouldn't take advantage of the new guy, right? So, like, if you bring in Will Hardy and Schmuddy Fields was still here and he wasn't feeling the new guy, I'm not doing anything for you. Go to hell. You know what I mean? Or
if you had Steve Clifford and Schmuddy Fields, they're like, someone's getting shoved out a window. Like,
right. Like all these, and that's a shot at Buddy. I didn't necessarily mean it, but
that was definitely yes, you did.
Didn't mean, but it was more to say that they have guys like Sabonis and Fox will, all right, we got you. Like, this is what you want to do. You want to win? Let's go. Let's do this. Harrison, if he's still around, will do the same thing. Like they got good guys.
DiVincenzo. Like DiVincenzo has like been around winning cultures forever. Right. So, and that was like my question to some of these guys, like, hey, like, are you going to consult DiVincenzo because he was there with Charles Lee and Darvin Ham? Or are you worried that you're going to get like, oh yeah, like when your friend asks you if you can put in a good word for them at a job, and you're like, oh yeah, he's great. And then you're like, as you're saying it, you're thinking, oh, this is going to get me fired because he's not great. He's going to be horrible. So you don't want to put your players in a bad situation. But if you look at, like, there's a bunch of ties. Like Mark Jackson was there with Harrison Barnes. And the next year was he wasn't on the team with Mark Jackson, but Justin Holiday was there the next year. And so Justin Holiday knows all the stories. And, again, like a lot of people are going to, like, why not Mark Jackson? And, like, Mark Jackson, in my mind, like, just gets crossed off the list like tomorrow. Like you do an interview with Mark Jackson, then you move on. Like, he's done enough that, like, if you're the Sacramento Kings and the culture that you purport to have outside of basketball, he doesn't fit that culture. Like, he's said too many things that are offensive and done too many things. And so, does he deserve another shot in the league? Maybe. But I also know that, like when they hired Michael Malone, it was very specific because Michael Malone did everything in Golden State, and they believed he was the actual head coach, and that Mark was not, that Mark Jackson was not. So, like, whether or not you're gonna that's still the case, that they still believe that. But I mean, Vivek was there. He was a minority owner, but a like involved minority owner of the team. He knew what the issues are. Everyone has heard like the issues with Mark Jackson. And so it's not easy to shy away from.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it progresses. You see, if they're whittling down the list, then we'll see where he's involved in that. if he's still on the list in a week, we probably need to have a difficult conversation because I'm kind of with you, and I don't know how the Kings do some of the things that they do. If I think the initial list, okay, whatever. You get to a second list where it's like 4 guys and he's on that list. That's where I think you probably have some explaining to do to some members of your fan base.
Yeah, I think so too.
Jill is letting me know, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat.
Yeah, Terry Stotts is like a consultant for Utah right now.
Yeah, she said a coaching consultant.
Yeah, so he's. Oh, I got an idea for you, Utah.
How do you have a coaching consultant while you still have a coaching staff?
That's crazy.
While you're in the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this, like, you got to get to the playoffs before you worry about things like what's happened with Utah. But I was watching the game, was it last night where Utah played? Yeah, Dallas. And Jason Kidd, I don't think, again, Jason Kidd isn't like considered like a Mensa member, right? Like a future Mensa member. He's not. There are rumors. I'll just say, like, the adjustments that were made in that game where all of a sudden Donovan Mitchell is getting double teamed every single time down, and it just completely screwed up everything the Utah Jazz were trying to do. Like, okay, that made sense. And then you go down to the other end of the court, and they wouldn't double Jalen Brunson, and they just let him, who's just killing them in the series, they just let him go and do one big play after another. And then on top of that, like, I'm wondering the whole time, like, Rudy Gobert's in there to block shots, and Jalen Brunson's taking a bunch of 12-foot jumpers. Like, where is Rudy Gobert? Like, where is he in this play? I don't know. Why isn't he hedging up high? Why is he still in the game? Why did you go into the season with, like, Rudy Gobert and, like, his older cloned, like, buddy Hassan Whiteside? Like, you have no versatility. You have no way to defend in the playoffs. And so, yeah, just a mess.
Heat and Hawks was delayed because of a suspicious package found outside the arena. Jesus.
That's not good.
All right, y'all, we're going to shut down the live stream so we can get to cutting these clips, getting back up there on YouTube. Head over to the Deuce and Mo channel on Twitch and YouTube, and they're live right now. See you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend.
Holla.